Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota, broadcasting, of course, from the armpit of America, the sweaty, muggy armpit that is Florida. Oh my God, it is hot. And with me today is special guest, Mr. Ty Beard. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great. How are you, sir?
I am pretty well. Aside from
So you're actually broadcasting from Florida. Okay, I did not know that.
yeah, I'm still I'm down here for a little bit. And it is
Wow.
it is hot. It is hot.
Little muggy.
A bit. So let me preface this with the stream. Ty's connection to my computer, and I'm gonna blame him even though it's probably not his fault, is not great. So if there's a weird desyncing on the audio and stuff, we're not going to spend time troubleshooting it. We tried before the stream, and I think this is just kind of where we're at. So hopefully it won't be too bad, but you may notice some jitters and stuff like that. So letting me know every 5 seconds
the main thing
is not going to help that.
Yeah.
Go ahead. What was that, Ty?
Yeah. Well, the main thing is my audio because I don't have my tech support. So I'm actually setting all this up myself. So there's possibility my audio might be messed up because I don't know if I've got the right distance to the microphone and all that.
You sound fine. You sound fine. So that's good. But
okay. Works for me.
But anyway, so today I was chatting with you briefly, and then I invited you on the show. I told you I was going to be talking about freedom topics, with the central theme being that the Ninth Circuit made a very good ruling today.
Very surprising ruling, I thought.
Yeah, very surprising, but a very good ruling. So I wanted to talk about it, and that is that they upheld the finding that the ban on high-capacity magazines in California was incorrect. That was actually a 2017 district court decision. And then they also found that the year 2000 law banning the sale of larger magazines was unconstitutional and had to be removed entirely as violations of the Second Amendment, which is a huge, huge win.
For the Ninth Circuit, especially.
Right.
Yeah.
And if
it's the right decision. If you're going to be consistent with Heller, it's absolutely the right decision. But that doesn't always mean anything. But yeah, I was very pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I impugn our court system? I didn't mean to do that.
No, I think you impugned the dead justices of the Ninth Circuit.
Ah. Okay, well.
Are we allowed to do that? I think we are, right? Like once they're rotting corpses in the ground, we can make fun of how they got smarter.
That thing. Let's see. Yeah, it's called the First Amendment, I think.
I don't know.
First Amendment? Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, no, we're allowed to do that. Most lawyers are terrified to do it, but we're allowed. We're not allowed to comment on a case while the trial is going on, at least down here in Texas. Yeah, but in theory, I could slag any, There
was a story not too long ago of a lawyer getting slapped around a little bit by the court because it was the judge. I'm trying to remember the story, but the judge basically sanctioned an entire law firm as calling him incompetent because they suggested that he ruled incorrectly in their appeal.
So therefore, he actually confirmed their accusation of incompetence by acting like a jackass.
Yeah, exactly. It was
that's glorious.
It was a good one. I also have another story for you that I saw today. So I've got a bunch of different little topics to talk about. But this other story was funny to me. It was a woman who failed the bar exam 5 years ago, has never retaken it, and instead has stated that the bar examiners graded her exam wrong and has been fighting them in court and losing for the past 5 years. which leads me
she never took the exam again.
which leads me to believe that maybe they graded it correctly. Like, she's been just losing the same case for 5 straight years.
Either that, or she's got a very wealthy husband who was just writing checks and going, "Yeah, sure, honey, we'll keep it going." I mean,
she's she is representing herself as well, so she's a pro se litigant.
I actually feel bad for somebody like that. I mean, you go through law school, as you well know. Law school is not easy. And the bar exam's not easy, and it's just kind of sad, really.
Yeah, the bar exam, the function of taking the bar exam is difficult. That's the thing that I think people get confused on. They think that the material is kind of difficult, but it's really it's a lot of just study, rinse, repeat on the topics. You know what they are. By the time you're taking the bar, you know what the topics are, and there's lots of materials you can really grind out on it. But it's the function of sitting 2 days in this ultra high pressure environment where you feel like if you fart at the wrong time that they'll throw you out. And or your pencil breaks, heaven forbid, and you don't know how to sharpen your second pencil. Anything like that happens, you're under a lot of actual pressure in the testing area, and that's where the difficulty of the bar comes in my opinion.
Nick, I never thought about that, but I think you're right. I never could actually figure out what the purpose of the bar exam is. But yeah, it's a high intensity pressure cooker kind of thing. Now, whether or not that's actually a valid reason to test law students, I don't know. But
no, most likely not.
Probably not. But I mean, really, that's the whole thing, because I've known any number of very smart people, not any number, but several very bright people who failed the bar exam multiple times. Of course, a lot of it, I think, is once that happens to you, you just, you freak out and you start, doubting yourself and all that. But some people just don't click with the stuff they test on the bar exam. By the way, we were 2.5 days back in the old days when, dinosaurs roamed the earth and we had to walk to the bar testing place in the snow in Texas in July.
That's only because it took longer to hand write your essay exams and to courier them in, to turn them in on the Pony Express.
Hey, watch out now. I took a typewriter and I typed my exam questions, buddy.
I would have shot you where you stood.
Well, it's better. Listen, it's better than. Well, see, I print. When I handwrite, I print. And it's very slow. And as you well know, when you're in a law school exam, just getting stuff on the paper is pretty important. But even back then, gosh, this was like 94, 95, whenever the hell it was. Even then, so the rules were you could use a typewriter, but it could have no memory capability. So it couldn't have a spell checker or any of the various features. So this is like the last hurrah of typewriters, their last desperate attempt to stay relevant in the face of word processors. So the typewriters you would buy they had spell checkers and they had memory, and you'd type the whole line in and hit it, and all this kind of stuff.
Right.
And you couldn't use any of those.
No.
So I wound up at Canton. Okay, so in East Texas, Canton is a town where they have the world's largest flea market. It's like, I don't know, 8 or 9 square miles of flea market. I'm not joking.
I
ended up going to Canton.
I've driven past it, and it's always like, I should stop there, but I feel like if I do, a tornado will hit. So I don't.
Well, and you'll never get out. You'll never get out because, but I wound up going to Canton and looking and finding an old school electric typewriter that I could, and of course it weighed about 1,000 pounds. So I'm lugging this thing into the boom, but it worked.
Yeah.
Kids and your word processors now, humbug.
No, they have special software that that you use in its testing software, and it shuts down the rest of the function of your computer. So you can type, but you can't like tab out or do anything else. You're just stuck in the software, and then it transmits the thing through the software to turn it in when you're done.
Yeah. I think what stopped that back when I was in law school were the vacuum tubes in our in our devices, and we just couldn't, yeah. Anyway,
but so this chick has been suing the bar examiners of her state. And if you guys don't know, the interesting thing about the bar is they don't tell you what you did. They just tell you what your score was. Like they're like, well, you failed, you got a 170 and you needed a 185 or whatever. No, that's the LSAT, but on the scoring. But the bar exam is similar. Like you needed 75% on this section and you needed X% on this section to pass, and you didn't get it. You got this much. They don't actually give you your Scantron back with the answers that you got correct or wrong.
You don't know what questions you missed. They'll tell you per section, that this was the score you did, and they'll tell you, because some of our younger attorneys have taken the bar exam, I've seen their scores and stuff. And nowadays they'll say, in this particular, in civil procedure, you 73% of law students scored better than you or whatever.
Right.
So it's really not all that useful. So
her saying that, her challenging the actual grading, saying they graded it incorrectly. She doesn't even have the ability to say what she got wrong or right.
Yeah, I mean, did she conduct this? I mean, is this like a lawsuit? Or is she just simply?
No, she's been suing them for the past 5 years.
Well, I guess Nick, I guess she had the right to get the discovery then. I mean,
I don't know if she's had any success with that. I could see if I can find out.
I just can't imagine a scenario where suing them is a better economic move than simply taking the bar exam again. Because in most states you can take it like 1,000 times.
Yeah, she's in Cleveland.
Well, that explains it.
But she's no, go away. Oh my gosh! Stop. Son of a hooker. I have ad block. I have to disable ad block. Oh my.
This was not the 21st century I was looking for.
No. See, so they have ad block, right? But some websites have determined how to find out that you have an ad blocker on, and they won't let you in if you're blocking their ads.
And of course, ad block doesn't have some like simple keystroke where you can say, okay, don't do it now. You've got to click.
Yeah, I got to click through some menus. It's a pain.
By the way, stream, it's Roger Staubach, of course. I mean, why would you even ask such a question?
What are you talking about?
Somebody want to know if I liked Roger Staubach or Danny White. Danny who?
I don't know who these people are.
Or as we used to call him before the Cowboys had their run in the 90s, Saint Roger Staubach.
You're talking about football.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. It's a sport.
I've never heard of it.
Quite popular.
Is it like pickleball?
Yeah. Well, no.
Anyway, so this is her name is Zundria Crawford, and she claims the Mississippi Board of Bar Examiners misgraded her failed bar exam. But in 2018, a Hinds County Chancery judge has once again denied a Cleveland woman the right to file a lawsuit against the Mississippi Board of Bar Admissions over her failed bar exam. Chancery Judge Denise Owens also refused to grant Zundria Crawford the right to file an appeal to the state Supreme Court as an indigent individual, which would have kept her from having to pay the usual appeal fees. An opinion filed last month, she refused. Oh, go ahead.
What's her name again?
Her name is
Zundria
Crawford. So an opinion filed.
Z-U.
Yeah, Zundria.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Sorry.
no worries. So in an opinion filed last month, again, this is 2018, Owens refused to grant her a new trial or amend her earlier opinion. Crawford does not rely on any challenge in controlling law, nor does she rely on any new evidence that was unavailable at the time of her initial trial. Owen said Crawford also fails to establish a clear error of law or a manifest injustice in this court order. She filed a complaint in June 2017 to seek permission to file a lawsuit against the board and others as she alleged her bar exam was misgraded. State law and rules require approval from a court to file such a lawsuit against a state entity. Oh, okay, yeah. So the state has to give her permission under its sovereignty.
Sovereign immunity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To go ahead and sue. And the judge.
Well, good luck to her. I have no great love for the state bar associations. I mean, I guess
what happened to your window?
We have to have them.
I
can see you.
No, it's something else. I moved your window to a different monitor and it made it small. Very stupid setup I have here.
Well, you didn't get one of these 55-inch Mondo monitors like I've got.
I don't want to put that in my car and drive it to Florida.
Okay, I give you that. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
So this is the funny part of this is I'm guessing this person failed the sovereign immunity questions.
Well, yeah, and I don't know if your stream knows it. So sovereign immunity, the idea there is in many instances, the government has to consent to let you sue them. And there's an elaborate, esoteric, philosophical legal theory that explains why that's reasonable. It never struck me as reasonable, but, whatever.
Yeah, I don't know why the state should be immune from a lawsuit in general, but it is.
Yeah.
it just is.
Yeah. I mean, and when you wind up with rent-seeking behavior, right? So like in Texas, certain kinds of lawsuits are automatically statutorily allowed, such as, personal injury and that kind of thing. It's like, well, okay, but why do they get to sue the state and breach of contract doesn't?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, dude.
So she appealed the grade.
Well, good luck to her.
So she appealed the grade she received on 4 Mississippi State essay questions to the full board. She also appealed to the board the grade she received on the multi-state performance test, so she failed all of it. The board appointed a 3-member committee to review her petition and amended petition. Committee, quote, determined that her answers to MSE questions had not been substantially misgraded to an extent that the result of the examination was affected or her appeal was denied.
Yeah,
and her appeal
she really did fail. She really did fail.
They basically said that even if we adjust your grades in any reasonable way, you failed harder than that.
Still failed.
It's a pretty bad. Yeah. It's not a good result to get. But I thought that was funny. But that was 2018. What is she? Why did I see she's still fighting this?
She probably appealed it. And it probably took this long to get to, the Court of Appeals. Or hell, she may have lost to the appeals court level and is trying to get the state Supreme Court to look at it.
Zundria Crawford. Let me find.
They're saying they're saying on the stream that I'm really loud. Is that anything you can control?
Yeah, I can turn you down a hair. It's less that you're loud and more that I'm quieter because I'm far away from my mic. So how about give me some words now?
That's an inversion of the typical thing, but
well, I'm in a different house, so I have to moderate my volume a little bit, otherwise I'll be screaming and waking up children. Yeah, so she's still fighting the results. This is the one I saw earlier. Now she's in a fight with the Mississippi Supreme Court, saying in a court document in June she filed criminal charges in February against 9 members of the court.
Okay, so we've departed controlled flight.
She needs to get him. I am with it. I am on her side. Her court motion says the following.
Me too.
My God, the patience of running the asylum. She also used the language, what in the kangaroo court is going on here?
At some point, maybe you just have to pass her because, well, just out of sheer, admiration.
Let's see.
Oh, good heavens.
Yeah, she filed a show cause motion to hold the judge, Denise Owens, in contempt for allegedly failing to rule whether to allow her to supplement the record when the case was sent back to the judge. The state Supreme Court denied Crawford's motion to hold Owens in contempt. Shocking.
Oh, hun. Anyway. Oh, hun.
So I found that. I thought it was funny, and that I might share it with you. But
where do you dig these things up?
This stuff,
it's quite remarkable, really.
It pops up in my Google news feed. Like, it's just something you might be interested in. And I'm like, well, that's offensive, but you're right. I'm glad.
Excuse me.
I'm glad Google thinks so low of me. Yeah, why are you coughing like that? Do you have COVID?
Well, because I'm drinking. I'm drinking. That
Fighting Cock, Kentucky bourbon whiskey. When did you up your game from Jack Daniels? I'm impressed.
Oh, really? That.
Oh no! Ah! Just a second. I'm really pissed off. Hold on 1 second, guys. I hate everything about this. Just a minute.
Again.
We're not going to talk about what just happened.
No. What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Nothing. So I have to reset this down. I am livid. My thumb hit the stupid back button on my mouse while I happen to be hovering over that screen. So anyway, we're back.
I'm glad I don't have to, manage all this like you do.
Yeah. Well, no one can manage it as incompetently as I can.
Normally I disagree with you, but I think in this case I probably concede the point.
So here I was trying to switch windows and my thumb just happened to hit it because I'm not in my space and it drives me crazy. Anyway, so I've got a chat here from Bad Vibes, and he says, "Wait, did Ty admit to taking the bar exam during the last ice age? Ty, did you have one of those giant Brothers electric typewriters?" Which I think you kind of described.
I think it was a Brother. I think it actually was a Brother. Yeah. Yeah. It was Mondo. It was like, I don't know. God, it seemed like it was 8 feet wide. I mean, but seriously, it had to be 18 inches. I mean, it was a big chong, 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 chong kind of thing. It was electric, but it did weigh about 1,000 pounds.
Yeah. I don't envy that.
That is one thing I absolutely resent the current generation of law students. You haven't lived until you schlepped about 80 pounds of law books to class. I mean,
we brought
so at SMU,
huge law books. I don't know. Do they?
Oh, not? Yeah. That's what I mean. Now they got iPads and they got laptops. I assume they could have their books on electronic form. But no, I mean, at an SMU, we had, of course, there was no parking. So you had to park, a half a mile away in University Park. And of course, this was always great.
Listen to the Texan.
University Park.
Look at the Texan complaining about parking a half mile away. Try it in the snow, buddy. Try it in Minnesota.
Yeah. August in Texas.
I'd had the trip.
No, this really was obnoxious.
I had knee surgery my first year of law school. And
Oh, so you were handicapped.
yeah, I got my doctor to give me a handicap thing, and she just wrote it out for 6 months.
Nice.
And because I only needed it for about a week, but it was effective for 6 months. So I parked
But for
right up
6
front.
glorious months, you were, yeah. Oh man,
Yeah.
that must have been like heaven. No, well, so in those days, so SMU Law School is the SMU campus is in University Park, which is a suburb in North Dallas. Very the nicest jail I've ever seen. No, I don't even want to get into why I know that, but anyway, but University Park, they had a parking law that you could only park for 1 hour on the streets. The problem, of course, was the law school classes were an hour and 15 minutes. And so, you wound up running up, in addition to the outlandish, tuition, you had to add $1,000 a semester just for the parking tickets. And if you didn't pay and the thing is, if you didn't pay your parking tickets, right? This was, I mean, it's like, someone's going to firebomb your city hall one of these days. Tow truck owners would just drive through University Park running the license plates of the cars.
Yeah.
And if they found a car that had license plate that had parking tickets unpaid, they just tow them off. So I mean, yeah. When I got an SME, I was like, I will never write a check for any amount of money on earth to that law school.
Yeah.
Because of that. Yeah. And I'm proud to say I have.
In St. Paul, what they did, where I went to law school, was they didn't have the parking ticket issue with meters or anything like that. But what they had were they had extremely zealous parking cops in St. Paul, and they would just patrol. And if you were like, you have to be, I think it's 10 feet from an intersection or something like that before. If you were 9.5 feet, you got a ticket. And when you're an impoverished law student, and as we all were, you trudge out there and you got some guy that's doing that. How do you not say, "So Barney, did Andy give you your bullet?" Yeah. I mean, and the other thing is, in Minnesota, you don't necessarily know where the intersection starts because you've got a snowbank.
Oh, good.
There. So these guys were just complete turd bags. Oh, Lawcat.
Yeah.
Did someone step on Lawcat?
Yeah. No. She's trying to find a way in, and she'll make it here eventually. It's her way. But yeah. So. No.
So I do have a couple topics today. I don't know if you read the title of the stream. But we have some things, and I would like your opinions on some topics as well. And I'll give you the underlying facts about them. But okay. I have Freedom Friday with Ty. We're going to talk about the California magazine ban. It's a stream. Oh my God. We're going to talk about the California magazine ban. Are you familiar with Lolicon?
No, I've actually heard the term somewhere, but somehow I feel embarrassed that I've heard that term. So no.
Take a cleansing shower immediately. So Lolicon.
Okay, where are my wipes?
Yeah, we'll get into what Lolicon is.
Okay, now Drexel isn't hiding like behind you and going to jump out and get me in trouble, right?
No.
Okay. Okay.
No. Also, I've got revenge porn musings. So I've got a case, a hypothetical case to discuss with you in the hypothetical state of Virginia. Okay. About, and this is in regards to revenge porn laws, and so there's stuff like that. And then the other topics I have. Oh, I told you that I found a judge who has recused himself from all public defender cases in Washington, D.C.
Yeah. That's interesting.
Right. And I thought that was good. So I think I have to find that one. But then I had something else. What did I just? Oh, I also have University of Connecticut will pay the White Fragility author Robin DiAngelo $20,000 to train school administrators. So that's good.
And they call us grifters.
Yeah, no kidding. Look, I mean, Ty, it's a 3-day seminar to 44 administrators. So, that she
just flagellate the hell out of them.
She's worth it.
Wow.
She is worth it.
Yeah. Well,
so where do you want to start?
Part of me has to admire that. Oh, I don't know.
Do you want to start on the California
Dealer's Choice?
California Magazine.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I actually have the opinion pulled up. It's 80 pages, so I don't want to read the whole thing.
Yeah, I had a chance to read the opinion. I kind of got a synopsis of it, but my understanding is, though, Nick, they didn't say that they zoned in on the commonly available language in Heller. So Heller was the case some years back that actually confirmed that, in fact, we have an individual right to keep and bear arms. And part of the Heller decision was, you can't ban commonly available firearms. Right. And I think that wasn't their deal that, that magazines of greater than 10 round capacity are ubiquitous. And I mean, it's absolutely the correct decision, but you could have knocked me over with a feather when I heard the Ninth Circuit actually, ruled that way.
Yeah, well, the summary is pretty short, so I can just kind of go through it here. It says the panel affirmed district court summary judgment in favor of plaintiffs challenging California government code, which bans possession of large capacity magazines that hold more than 10 rounds of ammunition, held that the ban violated the Second Amendment. The Ninth Circuit employs a two-pronged inquiry to determine whether firearm regulations violate the amendment. 1, whether the law burdens conduct protected by the Second Amendment, and 2, if so, what level of scrutiny to apply the regulation? That's always the really important question, because that's an unresolved question from Heller, is what level of scrutiny. So I don't know.
Right. What level did they apply? Do you...
We'll get there, I think. The panel held that under the first prong of the test, it burdened protected conduct. The panel held that firearms are protected arms under the Second Amendment. Second, the panel held that large capacity magazines are commonly owned and typically used for lawful purposes and are not unusual arms that would fall outside the scope of the Second Amendment. Third, the panel held that the large capacity magazine prohibitions are not longstanding regulations and do not enjoy a presumption of lawfulness. Fourth, the panel held that there was no persuasive historical evidence in the record showing LCM possession fell outside the ambit of Second Amendment protection. So those are all 4 good rulings. I like the one that they're recognizing that this is new. This is new legislation. Mm-hmm. It's not some old settled law. And that's kind of an important distinction, because a lot of people would like to say that since the Second Amendment was written so long ago, having, these types of restrictions on stuff would be old law, right? Like, because 30-round magazines didn't exist back when magazines didn't exist at all.
Heller, the court did an absolutely superb job of demolishing that bullshit argument in Heller. They poured out rather interesting. They said, well, are we going to only allow First Amendment protection for manual printing presses? We're going to strip First Amendment protection from television and radio and all that. I mean, it's an asinine and ridiculous argument. But, that's funny, Nick, because the thing is, everyone just assumed that gun regulation was okay. I mean, first of all, as I'm sure you know, in the 30s, we had virtually no gun regulation. And then, of course, with FDR, we began to regulate guns more and more and more and more. And, of course, in those days, crime wasn't a huge problem and da-da-da-da. But somewhere in the 80s and 90s, a bunch of, some law professors started going, the court hasn't actually ruled on this. Mm-hmm. And the Second Amendment is pretty darn crystal clear. I mean, you have to be an idiot to allege that there's some ambiguity there. And of course, everybody's like, yeah, whatever. And that's a situation where the NRA did us no favors. They
Still
were terrified of losing the big case. Yeah, no, I'm not a huge fan. In fact, the NRA attempted to settle in Heller, and the actual plaintiff said, "No, I'm not going to settle." But anyway, so a lot of this law regarding firearms is new because again, everybody's sort of And by the way, I got something we can talk about. The whole Kamala Harris or Kamala, whatever how you say her name. I call her knee pads. So knee pads, the whole citizenship thing, right?
Yeah.
Now listen, I want to make this crystal clear. I have taken a solemn oath that I take seriously to treat knee pads Harris with the same degree of class and decorum that the Democrats treated Sarah Palin, and I intend to abide by that pledge. In fact, I call upon everyone.
I feel really bad for her right now.
I do not. But anyway, so what was I saying?
Think about her citizenship.
You get a certain age, you forget stuff. Oh yeah, we can talk about that because that is not. I thought it was all a conspiracy theory, and of course, I was about to start wailing on my conservative friends to say, "Hey, for God's sakes, could we just focus on the fact that she's a stupid
Go
hack?"
back to wailing on them. The legal theory behind her not being a citizen is really, really bad.
No, listen, we'll talk about it. I agree with you. Listen to me. I agree with you. I think you're saying this that we're very unlikely to get relief on this.
No,
But in reality, the Supreme Court the Supreme Court's never really has never ruled that anyone born in this country, regardless of whether their parents are citizens, is a citizen. They've never ruled that way.
I mean, they
and
kind
the 14th
of actually
Amendment has that.
They have though.
No, they really haven't. I mean, the 14th Amendment says, and I'm paraphrasing, anyone born in this country and subject to the complete jurisdiction thereof, or however it says it, that term of art was traditionally meant someone that was born here and was subject to the jurisdiction of the United States for their whole lives. Now, it's kind of like the Second Amendment, right? Everyone's just sort of assumed that, birthright citizenship is a thing. Now, the problem is first of all, how would you get standing to challenge this, right? I mean, and courts have, I started reading this stuff, and courts have been extremely aggressive in avoiding these kinds of suits. So no, I don't think that for a moment, you're not going to get Kamala Harris taken off of the ballot. But I was actually quite surprised because I thought it was, well settled law, and I started reading, going, holy crap, it's really not that settled.
Well, if you're referring to the Reason.com article from the law professor who wrote about this not too long ago, I hate to say it, but Mike Dunford, who I think is generally kind of a goofy doofus, but he actually did a very good breakdown of this, and a lot of people are latching onto that article, but that article uses they're using immigration statuses in that article that didn't exist. Like he talks about, he references Wong Kim Ark, which is one of the big birthright citizenship cases. And first of all, he does something your friend Lemons did, where he cites a favorable part of the opinion, but leaves off the next sentence, which completely demolishes his own case for Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
And the part that it references is that it says in Wong Kim Ark that not everyone born in the United States was subject to the complete jurisdiction, but it was, or if it wasn't Wong Kim Ark, it was a different case. But basically, they were referring specifically to Native Americans when they're in the decision.
Yeah, I heard, and I heard that. I mean, I was aware of that. But
yeah, and it goes on to say that this does not actually apply to other immigrants that are born in the United States, because they're Native Americans are specifically not subject to the complete jurisdiction, as they have their own sovereign nations within the U.S. borders, whereas anyone else born is subject to the complete jurisdiction of the United States, unless they're the son.
Yeah, but my understanding.
Oh, go ahead.
My understanding of that term is, though, it's not applicable to someone who is here temporarily.
It is, unless they're an enemy combatant,
like an ambassador.
A diplomat or an enemy combatant. Those are the two statuses that the courts have recognized are not.
I didn't. Yeah.
Because
my only point is that it's not quite as clear as everybody thinks it is. But like I said, you're not gonna. It's a fruitless endeavor to worry about that, because you couldn't even get in front of a court.
Yeah, I mean, who's going to challenge? You could challenge it.
Yeah.
You don't have so standing. Let's talk about standing to the chat real quick. Standing is your right.
That's how the courts have avoided ruling on this.
Yeah. And your standing is your right to bring a lawsuit. And standing, the courts have held, typically has to be particularized, a particularized injury to a person. And you don't have standing as a general class of people. Like, you can't raise standing issue on behalf of voters. You have to explain how you as a particular voter are particularly disenfranchised by this issue. And that eliminates our ability to challenge taxation as well. You can't challenge as a taxpayer generally. You have to be a particularized class of it.
Right. Well, and as I said earlier, I totally agree that it's pointless to even argue this. I was just somewhat surprised when I got to look and say, holy crap, this really isn't quite as settled as everybody assumes it is. Now, the deal is, when you've got an idiot like John Roberts as the swing vote on the court, if he flips heads that day on his "how am I going to rule" coin,
there's no way. But there's no way Roberts votes against Harris's citizenship, because
I agree. I agree, because Roberts is obsessed with a bizarre notion that the court is not political, and that's despite the fact that anybody with a full set of frontal lobes can tell that the court is in fact utterly political.
Right.
I don't know. Did we not give Roberts a sanity test before we,
I think we didn't give him a sandwich. I think that's the problem. I think America
that's what it is. Yeah.
owes him a bologna sandwich, and he's
like the Forrest Gump, but he's like the Forrest Gump of the court, right? You read his opinions, and I'm like waiting to read the reference to Lieutenant Dan. It's like, this guy is an imbecile, and I probably broke about 15 different ethical rules.
Life is
no,
like
I did
a
not.
box
I've got that
of
first.
healthcare.
Yeah. I thought Obamacare is fine because it's like a tax, although it has nothing to do with taxes. I mean, it's like,
Well, he literally
anyway,
that
was
idiot. His Obamacare ruling was literally shit happens. And that's why I think there's no way he'd rule against Kamala Harris. Even you can make the most pristine legal argument.
I totally agree.
You could be 100% correct, and he'd say, "Nope, it's up to the voters." It's like, well, but it's not.
Absolutely. I totally. I just thought it was an interesting sort of thing, because I had always assumed that birthright citizenship was one of those things that was just settled, and again, much like the people that thought that the ability to regulate guns had been settled. But in fact, no one ever actually bothered to litigate it.
Yeah, the closest
I think, honestly, that
was it was the assault weapons ban in the Clinton era, was the closest it came to being litigated. And if I remember right, the Supreme Court avoided the issue of the assault weapons ban, and it was entirely molded by appeals courts, and then the Supreme Court refusing to grant cert on the rulings.
Which they're doing now too. And the stream should understand that when the court refuses to grant cert, there's any number of reasons why they might not do that. They might just have other things they want to get to. If let's say the 4 conservative judges don't think they can swing a 5th, they might vote against granting cert on something they're interested in until such time as they have a better correlation of forces, as the Soviets would say. But yeah, you know,
I have a different theory.
So
I will say it's because the Supreme Court is the legal term of art that we use called bitch made.
I don't even know what that means, but
yes, you do.
Infer, but,
yes, you do. If they have refused to hear every single Second Amendment case since 2010, they are
since Heller. Since Heller.
They are what we would call bitch
made. There was in the old days we'd have called them, wusses, or even a more blunt term. But yeah, no, it's But yeah, I was surprised that California lost at the trial court level. I was absolutely flummoxed that they lost at the appeals court. Now they're gonna, they're gonna appeal. They're gonna want the whole panel of the Ninth Circuit. But I don't think it's necessarily an automatic win for them.
Okay, so
because Trump has closed the gap a lot.
Yeah, well, two things. Bad Vibes has a chat relating to our Kamala Harris discussion. I want to go back to that. He says the argument that needs to be made is, quote, owing allegiance to another country. And again, with Harris in particular, I find it hard to imagine that she owes any allegiance to Jamaica or India. I just don't find that credible.
Well, Nick, it depends, right? Are we talking about a subjective assessment of who she thinks she owes allegiance to, or is it a legal thing, right? I mean, and I don't know the answer to that question. I'm simply asking.
Yeah, I just can't.
So if she is
figure out where they would determine.
But as a practical matter, even if by some miracle you get the Supreme Court to hear this before the election, I agree with you completely. There's no way they're going to overturn it because it's too complicated.
I think you'd also just have
trouble. Why worry about her birthright?
Oh, go ahead.
Do what? I was just saying, why worry about her birthright when you can ridicule her for any number of other reasons? She's a complete straight-running idiot in every sense of the way. She is easily the most unlikable politician since Hillary Clinton.
Well, and also,
and I just don't think she's very bright.
She's she's a prosecutor who refused to prosecute cops who shot black people. Like, that should be on every Trump ad ever.
Oh, I suspect it will be. To say nothing of the fact that she engaged in discovery abuse, very serious discovery abuse that left people in jail for an extended period of time. I mean, back when law and order was all the rage, she was worse than the most racist Republican you could ever come up with.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, she's terrible.
She's just an awful person. But honestly, I think Biden. Well, I was going to give Biden credit for making the pick, but I'm not sure he actually knows that, who his vice president is.
I think Biden was happy to pick Kamala Harris for his prom date. Like, I think that was a great choice that he made.
Yeah. Well, I think he thinks he's going to beat Donald Reagan in the, in the election.
Wait, wasn't he going to beat Joe Biden?
Because he's going to build on his. Yeah. Well, I think he's going to build on his huge performance on Super Thursday, and so he's going to win in December. I'm sure. Anyway, personally, I think they made a miscalculation. They should have taken Susan Rice. Now, number one, that assumes Susan Rice will take the job. Susan Rice is a hack, and she's a liar, and she's not very bright herself. But she is about 1,000 times better than Harris. The problem, of course, is there's no evidence that Susan Harris that Rice is any kind of actual politician. But
But she's an Obama appointee, and they could have just gone back on that over and over and been like, Susan Rice did great under the Obama administration. It doesn't matter that she's a liar and a hack.
Right. I think that she was better than Harris. Actually, I think probably, a sock puppet would be better than Harris. Because the thing about Harris is not only is she largely, she's another one of these strong Democratic women, right, who literally owe all of her accomplishments are due to her having a romantic relationship with a powerful male. I don't know about you, Nick, but
you went ahead and said it.
I really want my daughters. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I'm old and grumpy. as you get older, you get less inhibited about these things.
Oh,
but I mean, really, she,
speaking of
yes?
less inhibited and daughters, if your
Oh, God.
18-year-old daughter, for example, was dating a 35-year-old male, how would that pan out?
Well, it'd be very complicated because, you put the body in a 55-gallon drum and you pour lye in there, and unfortunately, that will get rid of the body and will even get rid of the bones. But you have to leave that barrel alone for about a month. I mean, it takes a long time. So, you've got the whole complicated thing of making sure nobody can smell it. But, I mean, it's doable. It's doable.
Okay,
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, well, I think
yeah.
we have similar opinions on the matter, and I was curious. That'll play into a subject that's going to come up a little bit later. So just making sure. Okay, I
think we might be aligned on that particular subject, Nick.
I want to get back real quick because I just found the scrutiny section.
Oh, Sven Sorensen, a 55-gallon drum is absolutely adequate. You just have to chop them up. Sorry, the stream was calling into question the 55-gallon drum, and
you might
couldn't let that pass.
Some people might suggest you would need 2 or 3.
No, you just chop the.
How big of an individual?
I'm sorry, I'm getting into too much.
No, estimates. How big of an individual can you fit in a 55-gallon drum? I mean, assuming the chopping. Like, there's a limit at some point?
A grossly obese person won't fit, but I mean, what I would call a normal sized person, say, 5'11" or shorter, and not, again, obese, no, because they're obese, but no, I mean a normal sized person.
What is your impression of obese?
Anyway. Well, I don't want to get into that. What I mean is grossly, I mean.
What's grossly obese? I need to know. We've got to have some, put a number on it. If you like it, then you should have put a number on it.
I really don't want to. I really don't want to be sharing in public how you chop somebody up, put them in a 55-gallon drum, and dissolve them.
Everybody here watch Breaking Bad. We know you have to do it in the rubber tubs because the chemical.
See, I never saw Breaking Bad, so I don't. I watched. I say that. Wait, no. I did watch the first season, but I don't recall any 55-gallon drums. My knowledge of 55-gallon drums comes from other readings that I have done.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, going back to this little
yes.
Second Amendment case.
For God's sakes. Yes. Well, no, you asked a question about the 35-year-old male. I'm curious to where that leads.
Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there.
Okay. I trust you.
Proceeding to prong 2 of the inquiry, the panel held that strict scrutiny was the appropriate standard to apply.
Wow, no kidding?
That's stunning to me. I didn't think Ninth Circuit especially would pick strict scrutiny. I figured they'd go.
It's absolutely the appropriate level of scrutiny.
Right.
We're talking about a fundamental right here. But okay, so to the stream, constitutional. When you're talking about, actually, it's equal protection. But anyway, when you're analyzing a government regulation to determine if it's unconstitutional, there are basically 3 levels of scrutiny. There's strict scrutiny, intermediate scrutiny, and mere rationality. And in 99% of the cases, the government loses on strict scrutiny almost all the time. They win almost all the time on mere rationality, and intermediate scrutiny is kind of whatever.
Intermediate scrutiny is made up to appease women.
Well, yeah, I mean, actually, so that's the deal. Intermediate scrutiny, the first place I recall it being actually applied was in gender discrimination.
Yeah. Because
the reality is back before everybody went batshit crazy, there are legitimate distinctions that you can make between genders, right, that are not the result of bigotry. This thing that happened a couple days ago, where the court said, "No, look, a draft that only drafts males is constitutional," because guess what? There's a difference between men and women that's relevant to military performance. So yeah, you're absolutely right. Intermediate scrutiny was a soft, but the thing is, we can't. Intermediate scrutiny is one of those levels where it literally is a coin toss.
Yeah.
So yeah, when I was in law school, actually, I called it the double standard of review.
Yeah. Reminder to
I
the
thought
stream.
that was pretty damn funny.
It's good. It's good. I like it. Reminder to the stream. I have to let you know. We know that there's desyncing on the audio for Ty, and there's nothing we can do about it. It's just it's probably me using Wi-Fi here at my temporary location. I'll see if I can run like 100-foot Ethernet cable somewhere, but until then, it's just gonna be there, and we can't really fix it. So we're not gonna spend a bunch of time trying to do that.
Yeah, there's no way I can reduce the bandwidth of the stream I'm sending you, right? I mean,
I don't think it's you, in all honesty.
Okay, no, it's not. Well, it's not, because according to my PC, my internet strength is pretty strong. But I want to try one thing.
Prepare for his internet to literally explode.
Yep. Prepare for impact. Okay, Nick, so send resolution, standard, high, standard, one video at a time. What do you think?
That won't matter. Maybe if I just change yours to
never mind.
low resolution. Oh no, I have you on standard.
Yeah. So
I'm only receiving you at 360p anyway.
Well, my conscience is clear. I've done all I can do. So.
Yeah, there's nothing. It can't be helped at this point. But anyway, so they
strict scrutiny. Wow.
So they pick strict scrutiny.
That really is surprising.
Yeah, and when you pick strict scrutiny, the government almost always loses, which is great. So it says, first, the panel held that the California Penal Code 32310 struck at the core right of law-abiding citizens to self-defend by banning large-capacity magazine possession within the home. Second, they held that its near-categorical ban of large-capacity magazines substantially burdened core Second Amendment rights. Third, the panel held that decisions in other circuits were distinguishable. Fourth, the panel held that this circuit's decision in Fioc versus City of Sunnyvale did not obligate the panel to apply intermediate scrutiny. So it looks like they did go ahead and throw that somewhere. A Ninth Circuit court in 2015 threw an intermediate scrutiny on something implicating the Second Amendment.
Might have been a less expansive rule.
Yeah, right? I'll see if I can get a summary of it.
Yeah, it sounds like, I mean, just based on this summary, it sounds like they were also zoning in on the fact that you were being prohibited from owning these magazines even in your own home.
Yeah, so this was Oh, this is actually a large capacity magazine restriction as well.
Wonder what the distinction was.
Yeah,
Bet your money it has to do with the home.
Maybe. The district court did not abuse its discretion in determining on the record before this any bill presented.
Man, that don't sound like good advice. Someone is telling me on the stream, delete system 32 and run shutdown.exe/s/f. Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
You should do that. Just open your shell, your command shell, and do it.
Oh, I know how to do it. It's what it will do that I'm skeptical.
So Murnum 007 says, greetings, gents. Cheers to me for not being selected for federal grand jury this first time ever being called for jury duty. Hey, cheers, buddy. No one wants to be on a
cheers
jury.
To you, because you think it's going to be like 12 Angry Men. It's not. You're going to have to listen to lawyers drone on for hours and hours and hours and hours.
Have you had to do jury duty before?
Oh, God, no. Can you imagine anybody ever letting me on a jury?
I've never even been called.
Yeah. Well, that's probably because you don't even go to the panel. I mean, I did that for like 10 years, and then I started worrying about it because, somehow I think I could get disbarred. So I started going to them, and of course they immediately dismissed me because,
No, they never even send me the letter.
Really? Are you registered to vote?
Yeah, I'm 38. I have
Okay.
never once gotten a call to jury duty.
That's surprising.
It's got
For
to be
some
some
reason, they
kind of
don't put me
record.
on a jury. Well, for some reason, they don't put me on a jury because I tend to say things like, if he wasn't guilty, they wouldn't have arrested him. It usually gets,
I think I want to go just to screw around with.
Yeah.
I want to hide the fact that I know what I'm talking about, and then get into the jury room and be like, okay, guys, I'm an attorney. Let me break this all down for you. And really ruin, just re-explain the entire case for like 10 hours.
That's trial and completely, yeah.
Let me tell you about.
I had a friend that got on a jury, and I was like, I had a friend that got on a jury, and he went through the whole thing, and I was like, how in the hell did they ever let you on the jury? He said, because what happens is after the verdict is read and all that stuff, the lawyers can poll the jury. They can go actually talk to the jurors about, what did you rule on? And so my friend actually asked the defense attorney, why did you let me on this jury? He said, oh, I wanted to strike you. Unfortunately, there were several other people even worse than you.
Yeah.
So,
I would have said, I'd like play it cool and then get into the jury room and be like, let me tell you about jury nullification. Here we go, guys. We've got one shot to do this.
Anything we want.
Like, it's not even about whether or not he's guilty. It's about the fact that I can give you 11 other people control over the judicial branch right now. We have control over a man's life, and we can completely screw up a prosecutor's day.
I actually almost made the final cut. God, this was 25, 26 years, a long time ago. Anyways, before I went to law school, we had a case here in Tyler. So what happens is an African-American trucker in, I think it was Vidor, Texas. Anyway, some super racist town somewhere in the south of Texas. Anyway, he gets pulled over in this town, and the sheriff's department, they just beat the shit out of him and kill him.
Yeah.
But because they care flighted him to Tyler and he died here in Smith County, they wound up trying these guys in Smith County. And so, it was a
the
massive
death happened there.
Yeah, and so of course we've got national media talking about the racism in East Texas, and we're going, but we just had hospitals. And I got dragged into things. So I'm sitting here in the jury thing, and the defense attorney was really good. I mean, he was very smooth and all this kind of stuff. And he's asking all the questions in voir dire, and I don't know, for some reason I got to looking, and there was this white guy, long ponytail, kind of thing, and kind of effete looking, and I'm like, bet he's a liberal. Yeah. And so it's like, okay, are you a member of the Democratic Party? And, obviously a bunch of people stood up. Okay. Remain standing if you're also a member of some of the American Civil Liberties Union. And most of the people sat down, but he continued to stand up. Okay. Some other left-wing organization, I can't remember. A few others sat down, but he remained standing. The NAACP, and he goes, well, I mean, I've contributed to them. I don't know if I'm actually a member. And I leaned over the person and said, oh, they're going to strike his ass immediately.
Yeah.
And sure enough, we broke for like a 30-minute break, come back. The following jurors are excused, and he was literally the very first one.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
We actually...
By the way, they found those guys guilty.
I would imagine so. But it's like
yeah, it was really...
We actually thought about it, and we expended all of our strikes on this guy. we really need him to go right away. But like I said, it was stereotypical though, white liberal. I mean, I was like going, I don't know why they're bothering to ask you questions. I'd strike you just on how you look. Yeah, I just want to go in there because I want to be like, hey, have any of you guys ever gotten a ticket from one of these assholes? We can ruin their entire day. We'll sit here. We've been nodding and listening to their evidence, but who even cares what they said? We have all the power in the world to just say no.
Oh, you'd obliterate the system. I mean, you would. It would be glorious, actually. Until the judge put you in jail.
It'd be something.
Taser you.
It'd be something great. Like it'd be something completely asinine too. It'd be like a 5th degree drug possession charge or something. It's like we can get justice.
He keyed my car or something. Yeah.
You'd
never get lucky in a murder trial or anything.
A misdemeanor 4th degree destruction of property.
Well, when I was in law school, I read a book about how to practice law in a small town, because at that time I was actually contemplating. I was insane. You know how you are in your 3rd year law school. I actually contemplated moving back to Louisiana and practicing law in a little town that I was born in, and then fortunately that passed.
How can you even practice law in Louisiana? Because you need a translator. Like.
Yeah, well, yeah. And at that time, they hadn't even adopted. Yana, the plaintiff, plaintiff is,
Yana, arresting officer was Steven Seagal. We gotta throw this out of court, Yana.
Yeah. Gotta hear Budweiser, So I'm reading this, but this guy was talking about, the oddness of practicing. It was a pretty expensive. It's like $100 book, believe it or not. And in 1995, that was an expensive book.
Yeah.
But anyway, but he was talking about, just the weird stuff you run into practicing in a small town. And so this, if I'm remembering it correctly, so he's telling about a case where a guy comes home, catches his wife and the boyfriend. Let's see, what was it? Shoots the wife, kills her, wounds the boyfriend or whatever. And I can't. Anyway, long story short, so the defense attorney thinks he's got it sewed up, right? He's just, the jury goes out and they deliberate. Hours weigh on. And of course, when there's a point at which when a certain amount of time passes, you go, oh shit, because now the jury is actually deciding which of the charges they're going to find your client guilty of. If they come back quickly, you've probably, So anyway, this 8 hours passed, 10 hours. So the judge gets kind of curious and he sends the bailiff in to check on him. Well, bailiff goes in and the jurors are playing poker at the table. And so, the bailiff comes out and goes, oh yeah. So they finally come out and they find the guy not guilty. And so the defense attorney, this guy that's writing this book, goes to polls the jury afterwards and says, what the hell? And they said, well, we didn't think your guy was guilty, but we also don't think you should have shot him. So we just wanted him to sweat.
You know what they should have done? They should have, what they should have done is broken down each of their votes for guilty or not guilty into 100 chips. Right? Yeah. And they should have.
Well, no,
they should have then bet them on the poker game.
They filled the questionnaires out. That would have been kind of funny, but no, they filled the questionnaires like in the first 30 minutes. But they just sat there and played poker to make the guy sweat, which was okay. Small town America, such as it is.
Random Blaze says California was banning all standard 30-round mags and is also going after all mags over 10 rounds. That covered rifle and pistol. They have a new one requiring micro-stamping on the shell and bullet fired, or it is illegal. If this...
No way that's going to pass muster under Heller.
If the 30-round magazine thing was just... we're talking... This was held unconstitutional today. And the law from 2000 banning the sale of the magazines was held unconstitutional today. If they're applying strict scrutiny to this, then they will likely apply it as well to the bullet stamping, and they'll lose dramatically on that as well.
Yeah, so what we're talking about when we talk about strict scrutiny, okay? Strict scrutiny has several prongs. First of all, the law has to be necessary, that's one element, to a compelling state interest, okay? That's actually a pretty hard thing to overcome, right?
Yeah, a compelling state interest is not something that the state merely is able to do, but it is something that is
it's gotta be
socially desirable for the state to do.
Yeah. And in addition to that, the law has to be narrowly tailored / use the least restrictive means. So even if you say, look, we're trying to save lives. Okay, let's say fine. That's a compelling state interest, and it's necessary to restrict guns in some way. Well, the court's going to say, yeah, but you could have used a different way to go at that.
Right.
You could have
least restrictive means test means
you could have put background checks in place. Yeah.
Yeah, you could have.
And the thing
you could
is,
have just
if
made
you
shooting
lose on
people illegal.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost that crazy. But the point is, if you lose on any of those points, if you're the government, you lose. And so, as a practical matter, you're not there. I think, Nick, there have been a few cases, I think, where the government won on strict scrutiny, but
oh God,
99% of the time they lose.
It's really rare, and
I can't even remember which one it was.
No, but I mean, we're talking about like where the state has a compelling interest. Something like foreign relations, right? The president has some interest in foreign relations, and he has done the least restrictive means necessary, or the Congress with like an immigration law where they have plenary authority to establish naturalization, and they have done the least restrictive means necessary to do it. It's really rare. One of the good ones, time, place, and manner restrictions. Okay, I've got one where they win. If you have a school and someone wants to open a strip club and a liquor store right next to the school, a strip club liquor store combo, and this has actually, I believe, happened, they would say that, no, there's a city ordinance that says you can't open a strip club liquor store combo within 500 yards of a school. And those have been upheld because it's very the compelling government interest is the health and safety of kids, and then they say that liquor stores and strip clubs necessarily bring crime with them, and they show studies to include or to show people that crime does increase around these
500 feet is not, and 500 feet is a pretty narrowly tailored thing. If you did 10 miles,
speaking of that, I found out that in very near to where I am here in Florida, there is actually a pedophile trailer park. Or I shouldn't say pedophile. That's denigrating to the other sex offenders who are there. It's a registered sex offender trailer park, and all of the
it's where they put them.
Yeah, all of the registered offenders live there because it's a strategically placed trailer park that is not within any close distance to a school or any playgrounds or anything like that. And apparently it's a good success.
As crazy it is, that does make a certain amount of sense, because it's kind of dubious to be seating. Okay, that sounds bad. Pedophiles in I know.
But when you think about it,
oh no.
Yeah.
But spreading them though, I mean, putting them in putting one or two in every neighborhood is probably not optimum.
Right. In this way, there's no kids around. All of the probation and parole officers go to the same place. They all go and they check out, and they know where these guys are and where they're located. And if they find them sufficiently out of their area, they're like, "Oh, buddy, there's a kindergarten around here. Go home."
So, do they require them to live there, or is it just kind of a strongly suggested option?
I think it's a strongly suggested option, and I think they also do stuff like they have social programming around it, like therapists and stuff who go there. And it's interestingly, these people go and they deal with other people who are in their situation. They can actually identify with their neighbors and say, "Yeah, I like kids too," and then they can drink cyanide and get themselves out of society or whatever.
you saw the Big Lebowski, right? You remember having to go to every door.
Yeah.
Sorry. By the way, stream, if you have not seen The Big Lebowski, just go see it. Just watch it.
I'm waiting for the day it's on watch parties. Oh God, I can't wait. I love that movie.
Now that would be a movie. That would be a movie I could enjoy. We could do a watch party on that. Would be a hoot.
Yeah. Oh, Indy.
I'm going to put the gun up. I'm going to put the gun up your ass, and I'm going to go click.
You know what my favorite line in that entire movie is?
Shut the fuck up, Donnie.
No. The guys, it's pretty near the beginning, and they rough up Jeff Bridges, right? And they've got him in his bathroom, and they pull the bowling ball out of his bag, and he says, "What the fuck is this?" And he drops the bowling ball on the tile, and it cracks the tile, which is funny enough. And then Jeff Bridges is sitting there like icing his face or whatever. He says, "Obviously, you're not a golfer." It's the best line I can think of.
Although, so you know the music, the little music video segment that he's tripping out. And they're doing the 1960s, late 60s acid rock song with Saddam Hussein. And would you like to know who that band is?
Yeah, who is that?
It's Kenny Rogers. I kid you not. Kenny Rogers actually did like 60s, acid rock. Anyway, it's a great movie. Just,
look, I'm here to fix Dinah Carbon.
The Wanderers. Did you ever see the movie The Wanderers?
No, I didn't see that.
It was okay. It came out like in 81 or 82, but it had Ken Wall, who was Wise Guy, another 80s reference. I keep forgetting, like you probably weren't even born then. But anyway,
I was born in 81, but I haven't seen Wise Guy.
Yeah, okay. So anyway, but this is a movie about basically New York gang kids in the late 50s or early 60s or whatever. And there's a bowling alley. So one of the gang, the Wanderers, that's the gang. The leader of their gang is banging the daughter of the local godfather. Okay, and they want, and so the gang is bowling, and they get nailed by some hustlers that come in and out bowl them and win all their money. And so the godfather's like, "Oh, Richie, I'll take care of this for you." And so he and his brothers go and they beat the shit out of these hustlers. But there's one scene where they've got the main hustler and they got him pinned down. They got his hand down there, and the Godfather guy goes, he's holding a bowling ball. Goes, "I seen this in my favorite movie. Good enough for Paul Newman, good enough for you." And he drops the bowling ball on the guy's hand.
Oh.
Anyway, it's a but it's called The Wanderers. It's actually a very good movie.
Yeah, I'll have to watch it. Did I tell you I watched Rollerball the other day on a watch party? James Caan Rollerball.
Oh no, you didn't.
Yeah, 1975. It's an
epic film.
I had seen it as a kid.
Jonathan. I'm sorry.
Right. No, I'd seen it as a kid, and I remember as a kid the roller skating and the fighting, and the laser gun that they had that all the rich people were playing with.
They're blowing up the trees.
Right, blowing up Al Gore's tree garden. But I didn't realize when I watched it as a kid. So here I am watching, I'm like, okay, we'll watch Rollerball. I think this is kind of a campy, silly movie, and I'm watching it. I'm like, this is actually great. This is a fantastic.
No, it really is.
Yeah, it was like a serious dystopian sci-fi.
Yeah, and they actually designed the rules and everything for it to be a viable sport. I mean, they went all in on it. So about a year or two ago, I was telling my daughters about growing up in the 1970s and how miserable it was. Because literally the pop culture of the 1970s was basically the world was going to come to an end just any day now. The movies were either movies where Satan was killing everybody, Rosemary's Baby, The Omen, and so forth, or you had various dystopian movies that said, in 10 years we're all going to be dead. And so I took them through a guided tour of 1970s dystopian movies. The Omega Man,
right?
Rollerball. What else do we watch? Soylent Green, of course.
Soylent Green is people. Soylent Green is people.
Yeah, Soylent Green is people. Edward G. Robinson in his final role, by the way. But anyway, so I took them through the whole thing. But I think Rollerball might have been the last one we watched, and and I remember saying the same thing. Damn, this really is a good movie. Yeah, we watched Logan's Run. But it was just, and I can't remember if it was Brianna or Brittany, but it was like, gee, Dad, this is really depressing. This is all y'all watch? I was like, yep, that's all we watched. Oh, and by the way, on the news every night, they were telling us that there were 7,000 Soviet nuclear warheads pointing at us, and it was a hair trigger, and sooner or later, everybody was going to fire the nukes and kill everybody. So, I mean,
yeah,
it was, see, that's why disco happened. Because when you don't think you're going to live, I mean,
which is also why Travolta
anyway, who cares? Why what?
Why Travolta happened?
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah. Although, I don't know, the urban cowboy was, of course, a cultural myth.
My mom danced with John Travolta while he was practicing for Urban Cowboy.
She told me that one time long ago. Were they at Billy Bob's?
Yeah, they were at Billy Bob's in Houston.
Yeah,
and Travolta comes in there, and he was dancing. He was just grabbing ladies from around the bar, dancing with them to practice for Urban Cowboy.
What a great career, right? He was in Saturday Night Fever, The Urban Cowboy, and Grease. Yeah. In like the space of a 3 or 4 year period. It's like, holy crap. 3 insanely iconic movies, which have nothing in common, really.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, though, because he hit every teen demographic.
Yes. No, he was, truly fantastic.
Okay, I got a couple super chats, and then I really want to get to this lolly and revenge porn topics, because I think they'll make you cringe, but they won't. They'll make you cringe a little bit, but I think you'll have some good insight on them and some interesting opinions on it. It's not like this isn't a trap, right? As we know, traps are gay.
It's not a trap.
Isn't a trap. Trust me.
I trust you, Nick.
Look, am I Drexel? No, I will guide you to purity and wholesomeness. Sakaki Onsai says, good evening, counselors.
Listen, Drexel just merely pointed the way. I can't blame him.
No, you should blame him. He's the black man, and he did everything wrong.
Okay.
Good evening, counselors. I think it's a great night to celebrate, as the Ninth Circus did something right for once. Look, Sakaki, Ty and I were discussing this. I think you'll find that the Ninth Circuit might do some more things right in the near future, because Obama's cabinet failed to appoint a bunch of judges to the Ninth Circuit and left a lot of vacancies.
They were criminally lazy. I mean, if you're a liberal, right?
Yeah,
they were inexcusably lazy, and they left all these, arrogant too, because they just presumed that Hillary was going to win, and it didn't matter. And
they left something like 900 vacancies between district and appellate court.
Yeah, it's insane, and of course, the paradox is when the Democrats won in 2018, I remember, oh my God, it's terrible. I'm going, no, it's not terrible at all. Now all the Senate has to do is basically confirm judges, because no legislation is going to pass. This is actually a good thing, and they have been powering through that. They haven't flipped the Ninth Circuit completely, but it's a heck of a lot closer than it's ever been in my lifetime, anyway.
I mean, the fact that the Ninth Circuit has been ruling well on guns for the past 2 years. And that's something that they deserve some recognition for. And the funny thing is the good rulings from the Ninth Circuit have been going, like, that the Ninth Circuit is doing well when they go, oh my God, we want an en banc review of the ruling. Because well, the thing about Heller is it's pretty damn clear. I mean, if you're going to really actually respect stare decisis, that's the idea that you rule consistently with previous decisions. By the way, stare decisis is a bad thing. Don't at me. Stare decisis is bad.
I don't necessarily disagree with you on that, but nonetheless, if you're going to rule consistent with Heller, it ain't that complicated.
Yeah.
You cannot, none of these chicken shit restrictions on guns are permissible. Just that simple.
Right.
And they better watch out, because if Trump gets reelected and manages to stack the court with conservatives, keeping bear arms is an interesting point. There's no particular strong argument that arms don't include things beyond semi-automatic rifles.
Yeah, although
I got a liberal for it.
The problem with Heller, and I cannot let Scalia get away with this. I don't care how dead his ass is. He wrote out AR-15s from the Heller decision, and that's
that Scalia was a brilliant guy, but honestly, towards the end of his career, he kind of started getting a little fuzzy. But it doesn't really matter. The point is that arms. There's no basis to restrict arms to just semi-automatic rifles, right?
Cannons.
Because here's the thing. So, I remember I had a friend in New York. He came down. He thought he was being snarky. He said, "So I heard that down here in Texas, y'all are gonna, you're gonna legalize mortars." I said, "Well, yeah, but only 81 millimeter and below. I think they're being wusses about it. I mean, I don't see any reason we shouldn't have 4.2-inch mortars too."
Ty, I want a rotating minigun mortar barrel. Like with a contraption that's dropping them in as the tubes go.
No, the Russians have one of those. They have an automatic mortar. It's called the Vasilik. Seriously, it's an 81 millimeter, automatic mortar.
Where are you on? Where are you on the Dread?
On the what?
The Dread firing system. It's an electromagnetic propulsion system, and it fires steel ball bearings. Have you seen this thing?
Oh, it's a railgun.
Except it's funnier than a railgun.
It's magnetic.
Like it's shaped like a UFO, and it sits on top of a Humvee, and it's directional.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's got a 270-degree firing arc because it's just a slot that goes around. And the theory of the Dread is it pierces armor by firing things in such quick succession that the kinetic impacts punch through.
Punches through. The problem with all those weapons is power.
I don't even care.
They require, the Navy. Well, they're cool. I mean,
1 billion hamsters in hamster wheels. Get on it. Power the gun.
Yeah. The coolest gun I ever saw, though, was the Metal Storm system. And man, I thought those things were going to become that. For about 5 years, they were like the coming thing, and then they kind of, it fizzled out.
They were like the Dread. They had like 6 barrels or something, right?
No, well, some of them did, but what they were is they were. So if you had a Metal Storm rifle, you would basically put a barrel in your rifle, and it would come preloaded with bullets, and it'd fire the bullets from the front to the back.
Yeah, well, it had an electrical charge that ran, and it had a petroleum jelly firing agent that was triggered by the electric current.
Yeah. And it avoided blowback. So the net result was you could have a ridiculous rate of fire with no recoil.
Yeah.
Because it would fire instead of firing one bullet recoil, the whole damn thing would come down the barrel.
Before it recoiled at all.
Yeah, it was insane. But I don't know, it was an Australian company, and they fizzled out. But yeah. But no, the electromagnetic guns, those are going to be the standard firearms at some point, because they're just too you avoid having to have propellant, right? And so now I can carry just bullets.
Have you seen
instead of cartridges?
Have you seen the microwave riot control gun?
No, I've heard something about it though.
It's like a DSS satellite dish. Yeah, it just causes pain.
Yeah,
it's the funniest thing. No damage at all to you. It just makes your brain think you're dying.
Yeah, yeah, kind of like waterboarding. Waterboarding really doesn't endanger you; it just terrifies you.
Well,
And
my favorite thing about that was I watched a guy like, and what they would do is first he stands there and they hit him with it, and he like gets out after like a second, right? Because he's like, oh god, my skin's on fire. And then
yeah,
he's like putting up different materials in front of him to try and stop it. So he's got like 5 mattresses, and they turn it on. He's just like, oh god! It's like, what short straw did you draw, you idiot? That you're sitting here testing the pain gun.
I remember watching. This is many years ago. I remember watching when body armor started becoming a thing. Actual Kevlar body armor and stuff.
Yeah.
I saw. I don't know where I saw it. Military test. Some poor schmo is sitting out there with the body armor on, and some soldier walks up with a rifle and goes, bang, hits him, knocks him down, and of course he's like, it hurt. It didn't penetrate.
Yeah.
So it But yeah, I was like, yeah, somebody pissed off the drill instructor that day. Yeah.
Okay, I gotta get back to Sakaki Onsai's question. I said his intro, but I never said his.
Oh yeah, we got distracted. Yeah.
He says, my question: if a governor puts on travel restrictions on its people, can we sue via interstate commerce? Yeah, sure. You can sue under all these theories. The question is, will your lawsuit see the light of day before it's mooted by the end of the restrictions? And that's actually a question. We have no idea how long these restrictions are going to last. Although I think sometime around November we'll see them start lifting heavily.
Oh yeah. Well, as I do a fair amount of merger and acquisition stuff, and we're talking about that right now with food companies that
Wait a minute, Ty. Do you you do other things than just the Vic case?
Yes.
I thought that was literally the only case you've ever done. The only legal thing you've ever done as well.
Yeah, it's amazing. I waited 24 years for Vic to show up, and yeah, that's.
Have you had any? Have you had any? Have you had anything interesting happen recently?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we had a victory today. It was an unusual victory. It was a commercial arbitration. I don't know if you've ever gone through the details of arbitration with your stream, but arbitration is an alternate form.
Only in reference to Patreon. Who's getting?
Yeah.
Who's getting?
So fair enough.
Who's getting the bad dragon end of the arbitration dildo, so to speak?
No, it was a commercial law case. I can't tell who the client is, but actually, I don't think they would particularly care about it. I don't have their permission, but I can tell the broad details of the case. It was an interesting legal theory. So we licensed intellectual property to produce a product. Yeah. And we spent we spent a bunch of money developing this product and getting it ready for sale. And the licensor, the company that licensed it, one of their owner started putting out really virulently racist and anti-Semitic and sexist, quote jokes, in social media. And as luck would have it, literally right before we're starting to sell the product, it becomes a big deal. And of course, how cancel culture is. And within a week, I mean, it is a firestorm, and literally nobody wants to buy our product that we've spent a lot of money developing.
One second,
calls and they're pissed off. Yeah.
This is for Clay Early. You may never understand this, and hopefully you don't. But this is for Clay. Hey, Clay. Oh yeah. That's for Clay. Sorry.
Okay, that sounds like a great story one of these days. So anyway, the client calls me and says, crap, what can we do? And I was like, oh, crap. So our contract, our licensing agreement had a had an I didn't draft the licensing agreement. It had an arbitration clause, and it set jurisdiction in the state where my client's company is.
Sure.
So I'm sitting there going, crap, what are we going to do? And there's nothing in the contract that requires them, not to be overtly racist or anything like that. But I hit on the duty of good faith and fair dealing. So in a lot of states, parties to a contract have an implied legal duty of what's called good faith and fair dealing. You can't interfere. If I'm in a contract with you, Nick, I can't interfere with your ability to enjoy the benefit of the contract. Now, traditionally that's weak tea, because traditionally it's like, well, you run into all these problems proving what they did and actual damages. We had one of these situations where we got the written statement. We've got the actual screenshots, and then we've got all that stuff. So I took it to arbitration, and we had the hearing 2 weeks ago, and of course, I'm I'm having this guy, and it was Captain Queeg kind of thing. That's a classical reference. So, the guy starts trying to explain how he's not actually racist. These things are just funny. And, look, I am not a wilting.
Listen,
really.
Judge, I'm not racist, but let me tell you why this N-word is funny.
Oh, exactly. Nick, I'm telling you, if I showed you these posts, it would be worse than that.
God,
and of course, I just sat back and let the guy.
All I can think is like watching that guy make the argument and go, God, I wish that were me. Oh, God, I wish I could sit in front of an arbitrator and tell all of the racist jokes and explain why they're funny. Can you imagine?
Well, that's the thing, right? These things weren't even actually. Well, yeah, you'd actually probably win that case. But these things weren't actually funny. They were just disgusting. And, and of course, so we had these long extended periods where he'd go off on a ramble, and I just let him talk.
Oh, yeah.
So we won the arbitration. And think about
anytime your opponent.
Well, at one point,
anytime your opponent is rambling, like you can tell the difference between a researched and rehearsed sort of speech, right? There's speechifying and there's rambling. And when they're speechifying, you want to object them, you want to break it up, you want to bust their concentration. If they get into a point where they're just like reaching into the clouds for ideas and going on about,
and you pull back and you let them go,
you would open a Corona in the courtroom if you could.
Yeah. Your Honor, I'm just going to have. Well, first of all, I want to recommend a classic movie. No, they really weren't. Honestly, they were just. It was like, dude, and here I am, slightly to the right of Attila the Hun, right? So, and that was interesting, but it didn't matter because this is business,
right?
Imagine to anybody that's ever seen the movie The Caine Mutiny, which, by the way, is one of the great movies, one of the great military movies of all time. It's got Humphrey Bogart as Captain Queeg, who, they have a trial. Have you seen that movie?
No, I was going to ask you which classic movie involves Sergeant Alvin York?
Sergeant York?
Yeah. Is that the movie?
Literally.
It's called Sergeant York?
No. Yeah, the movie's called Sergeant York. Yeah, it's Gary Cooper.
Okay, that's the movie I'm thinking of.
A great movie.
I watched it in college, and then on the drive down here, we borrowed from one of our homeschool people this series of CDs about American history, and one of the stories was about Sergeant York. And
he was a badass.
Yeah, and so I'm sitting there, I'm like, I've seen this movie. What movie was it? And I couldn't think of what it was. And then you mentioned war movies. I'm like, Ty'll know exactly who I'm talking about and what it is. So
sad but true. Yeah, Sergeant Gary Cooper.
Yeah, I remember when he lines up the Germans and he starts shooting them down the trench. It's beautiful.
And I honestly think it's one of his best roles. But in the Caine Mutiny, Captain Queeg, they have a court. There's a mutiny in the court martial, and Humphrey Bogart is a captain, and he starts out great, right? He's just very crisp, and the lawyer breaks him up, and he just starts rambling. And then the strawberries, that's where I had them. And he goes on this long, extended rant. And finally, he catches himself and he's like, I'll answer any other questions you might have. It was literally that kind of thing. So, but I got to give my client credit. I had the owner of my client's company testify. He did a hell of a job. I mean, very just competent, down to earth, explained what the product was, why, how we spent the money, and why this was so devastating to us. The arbitrator did a good job.
Yeah.
He hit us really hard. Were you aware that he was doing this before you entered the contract? Well, actually, no. This first time we had dealt with this guy. He was, it was anyway. Normally in arbitration, your typical good result is the arbitrator splits the baby. He gives you half of what you want. We got 96%. So it was a good day, very good. And, and from a theory standpoint, what was really cool was, of course, this other guy wanted to talk about First Amendment. And when I closed, I said, well, the problem is the First Amendment is not operative here. This is business. If you've ever signed a non-disclosure agreement, if you've ever signed a non-solicitation or a non-disparagement agreement, which these things are very common in business these days, you have voluntarily given up your First Amendment rights. Well,
right.
The state of such and such says, as a matter of law, that you can't use your First Amendment rights to damage the other party's ability to get the benefit of the bargain. And you'll appreciate this, Nick, because we did a Kickstarter, right? Our costs were actually covered by the Kickstarter, so we didn't have any out-of-pocket costs. And I made a real hard point to the arbitrator. I said, this is not an equitable remedy we're asking for. In other words, we're not saying put us back where we were before we did the deal. We're asking for the remedy that you get with breach of contract.
Right, exactly.
Benefit of the bargain. And he saw it our way, which was, quite.
Yeah,
quite great. I mean,
just in case the chat isn't aware of the distinction there, an equitable remedy puts you back to the position that you were in prior to entering into the contract. So if you had spent money acquiring a license, it would simply be a reimbursement of the money acquiring the license.
Right.
If, however, you're going for the benefit of the bargain, it would not only be the acquiring of the money that you spent to acquire the license, but it would also be the expected or a reasonable expected return on the value of the contract. So
profit.
Yeah, if you're licensing it, you can forecast out what your profit would be based on other projects that you have done and stuff like that. So the recovering this money says we're made whole under the contract, not prior to the contract. And that's a huge distinction. So it's very good.
Yeah, and it was, it really was. And I was very impressed with the arbitrator that he understood that distinction. Because that was my biggest fear, right? Was that he was going to say, well, no, wait a minute. Your out-of-pocket costs were basically compensated by the Kickstarter. How are you injured? Well, we spent a year developing this product.
Right.
And the inherent opportunity cost of that was severe. Yeah, and contract law, guys, equitable remedies, that happens whenever there's not actually a legal contract, but it would just be unfair to let somebody get away. So, for example, I say to Nick, give me $1,000 and I'll convey this piece of property to you. And you give me $1,000 and I go, oh, darn, my agreement wasn't in writing as is required for real estate contracts. So, I'm not going to give you the property. Well, you can't sue me for breach of contract because we didn't have a breach of contract. What you can do is say to the court, oh, come on.
Yeah.
And the court will say, okay, give him his money back.
This gets into a really sort of deep area of law called the law of equity, which many lawyers who don't deal with specifically contract law have no idea. Like they know it exists because they learned about it, but other than that, equitable remedies are something that are really narrowly focused to this particular area of law, and you don't hear about them very often.
And if you're going to represent businesses, you better be really, really up on that because, so many business transactions are, in this case, this wasn't it, but just in general, so much business is conducted on a handshake and an oral agreement. huge amounts of money change hands every day.
The Dorito taco shell at Taco Bell was an oral agreement between the two CEOs. Like, if you think about that, that is a $200 million minimum idea.
In the 80s, it was Pennzoil versus Texaco, I think. There was a huge oil deal between those companies that was literally a handshake. And the guy and the lawyer that won the case, won it, even though it was a handshake deal, because he was able to prove up.
Was that Joe Jamale? Was that the guy?
Yeah. From my law school, as a matter of fact.
Wasn't Joe Jamale like absolutely hammered the night before the hearing? Yeah. That's the guy. Yeah. If you guys have ever seen the Texas deposition video, where there's like 18 lawyers and one random poor sap of an engineer getting deposed, and like the lawyers start arguing and a fist fight breaks out. One of those lawyers, I believe, is Joe Jamale.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And he's like, "Hey, right. I'll kick your ass." And it's like, "Oh, I've heard this conversation because I grew up in Texas." These guys are perfect.
Oh yeah, well, one of the Amazons, Lacey, she her first deposition she ever attended ended in a fist fight. That was actually pretty cool. Ended in a fist fight between my client and the other party, and then very nearly ended in a fist fight between me and opposing counsel, because opposing counsel popped off to my client, which is, you don't do that. And anyway, down in Texas we tend to be a little more, what's the right word?
I want to end a deposition with a fist fight. Please, why can't this blessing happen to me?
Well, so what's funny is, of course, the other side, they were banking heavily on the video. Well, the problem is the camera's locked, so all you actually see is my guy get up.
Yeah.
And then you hear kind of muffled, because when he gets up, of course, the microphone is torn away from him, and so it's sort of just,
I heard Earl Campbell used to use tearaway microphones when he was a running back. I'm joking.
Well, tearaway, yeah.
I'm joking. Okay. So let's do these chats.
We had a good day.
Let's do these chats. Well, I'm glad you did. I really am. That's fantastic. Let's do these chats, and then let's switch to briefly. We'll discuss Loli or Lolita, and then we'll go on to the revenge porn.
It does seem inevitable, doesn't it?
Well, it's in the show title. We've got to talk about it. And you are there is no filter here. If you say, look, anybody who watches Loli should be tossed into a lake of acid, that's fine. That's fine. But I want to do the chats here first. We've got the pie baker and the Chili's drink. The Chili's jingle. The pie baker says, in Ron voice, I want my beta back. And then Lemon says, Chili's beta back, bitch. Clean up the sauce. Chili's beta back, bitch. So
thank you, Super Chat.
Thanks.
Hey, by the way, I wanted to ask you. Is Ron back on Twitter?
Ron is back on Twitter. He's
okay. Well, someone purporting to be him talked trash to me on Twitter. I, of course, muted him because I don't care. But I was just curious. The amazing someone was very great.
Ron, in the past month and a half or whatever since he's been back on Twitter, I think it's about a month, he has tweeted more defamatory stuff about Vic than he did in his early stuff. So, I mean, of course, good. as a threshold matter, the appeals really matter. It really matters what happens in appeals.
Yeah.
But if the appeals do happen to come back in your favor, you will have
we'll be amending our petition.
A bevy.
Yeah.
A bevy. I don't know if amending is appropriate, because amending would open it up. If you added them as new causes of action, that might go ahead and add another anti-SLAPP.
Well, this time we'd remember we'd be under the new anti-SLAPP though.
Right. So,
which is a lot less onerous. And but yeah. Well, interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I thought it was fascinating. What happened was I didn't even notice it, and I was just clicking, basically saying, thank you. Someone had sent me a gift, and as I always do, I took a picture of the general holding it, and the general thanks you, that kind of thing.
yeah.
And I was clicking along, and I was like, Ron Toy, really?
Yeah. Well, to be clear though, there are 2 Ron Toyes, and they have there's a parody account that the @ looks very similar. It's Ron Toye LLL as opposed to uppercase III. But they have since identified themselves as Ron Soye. So it's a little easier to sort out now. But originally,
this is definitely this is definitely with the T. I was just curious. I'm not shit.
Yeah, originally, originally they both just said Ron Toye as their name, and so it was you had to actually click on every single tweet
it was
and
Ron
see if it was the parody.
3.
Yeah.
This was 3. Someone in the stream said, "Was it Ron Toye 3?" Yeah, it was. Well, I mean, I personally find it vaguely pathetic that someone is going to waste their time talking trash to me on Twitter because I don't care.
Yeah. Well, and again, at this point, some people have asked about the status of the case. It's right now, it will be heard, that's in quotes, by the appeals court on September 22nd. It will be heard entirely on papers. There will be no oral argument. And we will get a ruling on that appeal sometime after September 22nd. It could be.
This is strictly in my opinion, but I expect the court's going to rule pretty quickly on it.
Yeah, I think the court has been ruling on average in about 20 days on them.
Yeah.
If I remember, I might be remembering that wrong, but it's actually a pretty short window. But in theory, they could rule anywhere from the 23rd up to several months later.
But the panel has considerable TCPA experience,
right?
So,
and so
one way or another,
we'll wait and see what happens there. And as for the status of the Vic case, it is literally nothing. Nothing is going to really happen in that case until sometime after the 22nd when the court takes it under advisement. Okay, let's do these 4 chats and then let's go into the other topics. Kyle Cowden says, Cougared, large capacity mags are standard capacity. Right, large capacity is literally 30 round magazine is what you just get with an AR. And if you buy a 9mm, like a double stack 9mm gun, you're getting a 15 round mag.
These magazine limits are strictly to put the deplorables in their place.
Oh yeah.
There's no actual evidence that they do anything to reduce homicides or anything else. I mean, no, because it's strictly just we're going to put you stupid red.
Specifically, mass shootings are simple. Like if you're going mass shootings, which that's the idea behind a large capacity magazine, right, is limiting the effectiveness of a mass shooting.
Except the mass shootings, they have plenty of time to reload,
right?
Because they don't happen in 30 seconds. They happen over a period of
exactly, and they have tons of time to prep. So even if you reduce them to 10, well, they just stack up 3 to 1.
Carry more magazines,
and the magazine itself weighs a couple ounces. It's the bullets inside that add the weight. So the difference between 1 30-round mag and 3 10-round mags is a matter of 2 ounces. You're not really talking about a significant weight or even a bulk increase there. So it's really not very effective in any way, and that's part of the problem and why they would lose on a strict scrutiny and why they may even lose on an intermediate scrutiny argument is because show me where
they're really bound to lose intermediate as well,
Yeah, show me where this is an actual effective restriction that achieves the government purpose you're going for.
It's got to achieve an important.
The DJD show says the guy in Vegas had several guns. Right. He didn't even bother reloading. He just threw the gun aside and grabbed another one.
He had like 30. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
No, didn't the court in this case, didn't this appeal court case, didn't they actually say that, that homeowners might need more ammo because they might not be good shots?
They might
I
have.
thought I read that they said that.
Let me.
I read they said that in the opinion, and if they did, that's really just kind of a big,
let me see if they have homeowner. Oh my gosh. Okay, so they don't have homeowner. They have 36 instances of home. Indeed, from pre-colonial times to today's postmodern era, the right to defend hearth and home remains paramount. Closer to home.
Maybe do shot. Maybe search for shot.
Here, just a second. First, we ask how close the challenged law comes to the core right of law-abiding citizens to defend hearth and home. Okay, so strict scrutiny is appropriate standard because the core right of law-abiding citizens to defend hearth and home, the burden imposed on the core right is substantial. As this court is held where a burden is a core right, substantial, strict scrutiny is appropriate.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, I bet you money that it's the banning of those things at home.
Yeah, that's the big one.
Bumps strict scrutiny. Yeah. But of course, that's what lefties want to do. They want you to not have them.
Yeah, here we go. It strikes at the core Second Amendment rights by banning LCMs everywhere for nearly everyone. It necessarily bans possession of LCMs within the home where protections are at their zenith. We stated in FIOC that because Sunnyvale's LCM ordinance restricts the ability of law-abiding citizens to possess large capacity magazines within their homes for the purpose of self-defense, the ordinance may implicate the core of the Second Amendment. The Second Circuit in YSRPA was more explicit. That court held that LCM restrictions by their terms implicate the core of the Second Amendment protection by extending into the home, where the need for defense of self, family, and property is most acute. So too here.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to find this again. This is several pages.
Yeah, long. You probably have to go dig through it, but
perhaps most. Here we go. Here's Ninth Circuit. This is Ninth Circuit wizardry. Are you ready for this? Perhaps the most poignant and pervasive reminder of the fundamental right to self-defense rests in the denial of that right to Black Americans during tragic chapters of our country's history. After the founding, Southern states often severely limited or outright prohibited firearm possession by slaves, freedmen, and others. The judicial branch, too, played a role in denying this fundamental right of self-defense to blacks. In the infamous Dred Scott versus Sanford decision, Chief Justice Taney recited a parade of horribles if Black Americans were to be considered citizens. It would give blacks, quote, the right to enter every other state whenever they please, to exercise, quote, full liberty of speech, to, quote, hold public meetings upon political affairs, and, quote, to keep and carry arms whenever they want. God, I forgot how awful Dred Scott actually is.
Oh, yeah, Dred Scott is cringy. I mean,
But, I mean, they pulled it out here. They flat out say, they make the Ninth Amendment, the Ninth Circuit argument. Look, this hurts black people when they need the most protection. That's brilliant of the justices, by the way, to do that.
Yeah, it really is. So one of the things going around, I've tangled with some lefties on social media because it's fun. But one of the things I've seen lately are pictures of African Americans, carrying guns, and it's like, ooh, aren't you conservatives afraid of that? And I told one dipshit liberal a couple days ago, I said, I don't know a single conservative that's bothered by this, but boy, you lefties sure do seem to be irritated by it.
Yeah.
Projection? Question mark? Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Well, here,
by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead. I was going to say, totally, I just popped in my head, but I want to get it out. So we live in the most glorious of times where political commentary can merge seamlessly with uber nerddom. I saw a meme that had, you remember in Lord of the Rings, King Theoden, right? And he's sitting there all decrepit, like this.
Yeah, he looks like George Soros.
yeah, yeah. And instead of Worm Tongue beside him, it's Kamala Harris. And I was like, God, what a time to be alive.
Here's what I want.
Sorry.
I want Kamala Harris singing as Wormtongue, singing Sniff the Girls to Joe Biden as King Theoden, right? Like,
oh God,
because she's Jamaican. How funny is that, Ty? She's Jamaican, so it's like she is Sebastian singing. You got to sniff the girls.
Calypso using the. Okay, yeah, that would be
Don't be shy. You got to sniff the girls.
Sniff the girls, yeah. Oh, good Lord. Yeah. Well, there's no saying if you can't have good government, you ought to have entertaining government. And yeah.
Oh God, we need to rewrite "Sniff the Girls" for Kamala Harris to sing to Joe Biden.
Sniff the girls. Yeah. Well, we
gotta get a defense attorney to submit "Snifty Girls" in a legal document somehow. Okay. Yeah. So back to Kyle Cowden's chat. He says,
just so you can read it.
Right. He says, Ty, I'd love to talk John Wayne, history, and Star Trek with you. Bet I'd learn a lot. That said, and for now, what's your favorite picnic gun?
Picnic gun?
Yeah.
I don't go on picnics. I don't know. It'd probably be... I've become somewhat fond of my 40 caliber Glock lately.
Listen,
and I'm a little embarrassed.
Picnics are for liberals and
sissies. I'm a little
sissies.
Embarrassed. Yeah, I know. I'm a little embarrassed by that because I'm the one that described an M1911 as like a Glock only for men. So, but yeah, it's a nice gun. Although I inherited my mother when she passed away, rest her soul. She left me a little 25 automatic. I mean, it's a little bit chrome thing. I mean, it's obviously a Saturday night special, Yeah. And it's tiny, but kind of like it too. So I don't know. A 270 bolt action. Somebody said in the stream. Yeah, you could go with that too.
So are you doing a John Wayne party this year or no?
No, we're tentatively we're talking about doing Christmas with the Duke because the COVID and as you know, a disproportionate number of my clients are older, and the COVID stuff really is pretty dangerous to them. So we'll have to see, but the current tentative plan is to do a Christmas.
Okay.
Christmas with the Duke. All
right. I was just curious. David Ochoa says, my birthday present to you, the dude abides. Hey, thanks, David Ochoa. Stooge Muffin Stuffin says, if you ever get a chance, watch Jackie Chan's Police Story. It is the best final fight scenes ever put to film. I've wanted to watch that for a while, but I've never watched it. I don't know, man. The Protector had some pretty good final fight scenes.
You should look up an old Jackie Chan film from like 1981 or 82. It was originally called The Big Brawl, but I think its actual title is Battle Creek Brawl. Yeah, it's the first Jackie Chan movie I ever saw, and it came to the United States. It's a great movie, He's a martial artist who winds up fighting the mafia, and it's in the 1920s. And so, anyway, really good movie.
Okay, we've got Cesario JPN says, RE travel restrictions lawsuit. The group Center for American Liberty is currently working on several lawsuits on states with travel restrictions. California, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and Hawaii have been targeted. Yeah, we'll see how those go. Those seem like they significantly impact interstate commerce and would be presumptively unlawful. I'm curious about it. Bad Vibe says, in regards to magazines, people have made a star-shaped 5-mag, 5 rounds each system for fast swap. But luckily, they don't have to do that anymore. They can just get a good old 30-round P-mag and slap it in their AR now in California. Dad says homeschooling is not a health or safety risk. Homeschooled kids are not enemies of the state. Consider supporting the Homeschooling Legal Defense Association. Yeah, if you're looking for someone the other day asked me for resources on homeschooling and stuff like that. The HSLDA is a multi-state resource for parents. Don't be afraid to check them out. They have good information no matter what state you're in. And they're very useful. Like I would recommend Mache to people in Minnesota, but outside of Minnesota, HSLDA.
Yeah, see, we're spoiled down. We homeschooled, and so we ought to be a stream sometime on just the whole homeschool thing, right? But in Texas is an insanely homeschool friendly state, and so we're really spoiled down here. So I wrote, I'm not even familiar with that organization because I never had any reason to be. But
the HSLDA famously,
it's gonna be fun.
They famously won. I believe it was them. They won a case in Minnesota in the 80s, because even in the 80s, Minnesota was full of communists, and
sure,
it was illegal to homeschool your children without like specific permission. These huge monitoring requirements, and they came in and they actually represented this family, and they picked a great plaintiff, if I remember right. The dad was like a high school teacher and the mom was an elementary teacher, and they were homeschooling their kid.
Well, that was that was me and my wife,
right? Yeah.
You know what's ironic, of course I'm not familiar with that case, but I can tell you right now how I'd come at it. The interesting irony is the very case that would establish a right to homeschool your kids is also the line of cases that ultimately led to the right to abortion. The right to have and raise children is a fundamental right.
Right.
And so any law restricting that should be subject to strict scrutiny. But yeah, this COVID thing, I was talking to someone about this yesterday.
Applying it to abortion is nonsensical, I have to say. But
I use this as an illustration to normal people when we talk about the law. The problem with the law is everybody goes, "Oh, that's the slippery slope fallacy." Here's a problem. The slippery slope is not a fallacy. It's a demonstrable problem in the law. And you remember this line of cases. So it starts with, does the Constitution allow states to sterilize people because they're not mentally competent? Okay. Well, no, because the right to have children is fundamental. Okay. 1920s, they held that. Well, what about a law that prohibits married couples from buying condoms? Well, no, the right to have children or not to have children shouldn't be denied to married couples. The dissent says, wait a minute, you're going to be giving condoms to anybody. Oh, we're not doing that at all. Next case, laws that prohibit condoms to anybody, whether they're married or ridiculous. That's a straw man argument. It's the slippery slope argument. It'll never happen. But the minute you say the Constitution protects the right to bear children, then the right to an abortion necessarily follows. Now, the difference is, of course, you get into the whole thing of what about the life of the child? Is the fetus a human being, da-da-da. But my point being is the Constitution is absolutely silent on that, on that issue.
We don't want the Constitution. We don't want the Constitution or even the court in 1972 or whatever answering that question. I have to remind people often that the justices in Roe versus Wade, not a single justice had ever seen an ultrasound. No, Roe versus Wade is the greatest bullshit decision of the Supreme Court. That was the opinion of my ultra liberal constitutional law professor. It is it's mysticism. It talks about emanations from the Fourth Amendment. I mean, it's ridiculous. They literally just made it up. Yep.
And the thing that really pisses me off is by doing that, they ensured that we would have an incredibly divisive issue at the forefront of our political system for the next 50 years. What they should have done was said, the Constitution is simply silent about this, so therefore, not our problem. Let the states sort it out. States that wanted abortion could have allowed it. States that didn't wouldn't have, and we'd have gotten along just fine.
Yep.
But and it goes all the way back to those sterilization cases. The Constitution is simply silent about that. It's a scummy thing to do. You shouldn't do that. But when you start the process of discovering rights that aren't there, you're going to wind up, down the road. Those of us, you're going to see that. Eventually bestiality is going to be legalized as a constitutional right. It's going to happen because that is the necessary logic of the cases that preceded. I'll tell you what, if I hear another one of those, it's a slippery slope, I'm going to smack somebody, because guess what? The slippery slope is demonstrably true.
Yeah.
It's not a fallacy.
Okay, two
Sorry,
more.
I didn't mean to go off on.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, but.
Listen to you, Dennis Miller. I don't want to go off on a rant or anything. Funk Malfunction says Claymores.
Pushy.
Claymores are a lot more use for us, Nick. You just have an overlapping field of fire from the mines, and you can take out God knows how many targets with CA trail booby-trapped with 6 players overlapping. Yeah, okay.
Listen, any weapon that has on the front of it point towards enemy.
Ty, you've got to watch Rambo Last Blood.
I do. I've not seen it. It's falling through the cracks.
He claymores some dudes in that, and they tumble like busted Lincoln logs, and it is the funniest thing I've ever seen.
Have you ever seen First Blood, the original Rambo movie?
Oh,
have you ever
of course.
Seen it?
Yeah. That was back when Rambo didn't kill people, though.
No, it's a supremely good movie, but totally not like any of the other Rambo movies. Anyway.
Okay, last one. Kov says, big time fan of both of you guys. I have a CCW in California and carry a Smith & Wesson 686. What do you guys carry, or what would you carry if you didn't lose all your guns in a boating accident? Also, 10-round mags are easily moddable. Look, I have a 1911. I don't carry it because it's huge. If I had a choice, I think, I can't remember which one it is because people always ask me too far into a stream, but I think it's a Glock 19. Is a nice, it's either a 9mm or a 40 ACP Glock, which has a 15 stack and is just a nice firing gun. Anyway, that's what I would probably carry if I was carrying. But I love
380.
I love my 1911, but it's just big.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it's a Glock only, made for men.
Yeah.
I got a 380 that I like. It's Springfield. It's not going to. The thing about carry, concealed carry and that kind of thing, the problem you run into is how big do you want the gun to be? And they are a hassle.
Yeah.
So,
how much do you want sitting on your damn hip when you're trying to drive around?
Yeah, well, aside from all the back and forth about stopping power and all that, the funny thing is we don't actually know what stopping power is. The research on exactly why guns kill people is pretty conflicted and vague. I know this because I've tried to write combat systems for role-playing games that were realistic. But you pop somebody with a 380, that will be an emotional event for them.
Hey, I know that a 50 caliber sniper rifle, I know how that kills people. It literally tears limbs off their body.
Well, sure, it delivers, like about 5 or 6 times the kinetic energy of a normal rifle. That seems to be about the best analog you can come up with for how dangerous a bullet is kinetic energy. But even then, the size of the bullet matters and blah, 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 blah. What's fascinating is I did research a long time ago about pistols and, as part of my role-playing game combat system writing thing. It's remarkable how many people survive multiple gunshot wounds from pistols and how few of them survive single gunshot wounds from high-powered rifles.
50
you
Cent
won't kill
got shot
somebody,
like
use a
9
rifle.
times or whatever by pistols.
Do what?
I think
What'd you say?
I think 50 Cent ate like 9 pistol rounds, and he's still alive.
Yeah, one of those interesting articles I read was an analysis of gunfights on the Texas-Mexico border in the 80s between border patrol people and Mexican criminals. And so almost all the shooting were pistols. And I mean, you had examples of people getting hit, like literally getting hit 7 or 8 times and recovering. The one example of somebody getting shot in the face with a shotgun, he died. So, you know. Yeah.
Although my buddy's an oral and maxillofacial surgeon, and he said that in med school they had to do, you know, because they dealt with mandibular reconstruction. Shotguns are a terrible suicide method, because what happens is that people put the shotgun under their chin, and when they go to reach down, they lean back. And so the shotgun blows. And
so they just blow their chin off.
Yeah, they blow their face off, but they don't actually hit their brain.
They don't kill them.
So he's looking at people on the table who are alive, and it's just like 2 nubs of their jaw. No eyes, no nose, no mouth or anything.
Oh, God, that's like something out of H.P. Lovecraft.
Yeah. Yeah, so they're just sitting there like...
Jimmy the Hand, stopping power calculation. Nah, I would go with kinetic energy, 1/2 mass velocity squared.
Yeah,
I think that calculation is momentum, but I'm not sure.
Okay. Welcome to Die says, with this new ruling, is it okay to buy normal magazines in California despite the partial stay? Will the ATF raid my home and shoot my dog? Look, you'll know it's okay to buy normal magazines when they start selling them in the stores. That's how that goes. Let's talk about Loli.
Does seem inevitable.
Okay, so Loli, specifically Loli Khan, is a anime adjacent. It's like the anime art style, but it is the drawing of, how do I word this? Characters who look like children engaged in illicit sexual acts.
Oh, like some of the stuff that Funimation puts out.
Yeah, I mean, you could put it that way. So how do you? What is your opinion?
What is that perverted crap? Was it panty and stocking? You've got 2. They look like 12-year-old girls on stripper poles. It's like,
panty and stocking. I don't know if that specifically counts, but I mean, we're talking about even getting much more explicit, to full
younger.
Well, just to full on graphic, penetrative intercourse. What do you think about that?
Well, again, I don't know that the 55-gallon drums will work in all cases, but that's vile.
Should we ban it? Should it be banned? That's the question.
Oh God. Yeah, that is the question. And so, you run into the thing, and I'm sure you wrestle with this too. As a father, obviously the answer is hell yeah. As someone that actually is a free speech fan and understands these are not actual photographs. These are depictions, right?
There's
they're
no child.
Animated.
There's no real child hurt in the making of Loli.
Well, I resolve all doubts in favor of not banning speech.
Yeah, so, I think that's important. Now, question.
It's
if you met someone who's like, you know what I like? Hey, Ty, let me pull you aside here from the party. Let me tell you what I like. I like pictures of young animated children having sex. What do you say to that person?
See, I got a 55-gallon drum in my garage I'd like to show you. I think you'll really like it.
Have you ever seen the
Yeah,
inside of my? Have you ever seen the inside of my 45 barrel, good sir?
yeah, yeah. You're more like a 60-gallon kind of guy. Yeah, I mean, well, I mean that's the thing, right? Hasn't the Supreme Court ruled on this? Because at one time, even like depictions were, not protected anyway. But haven't they gotten to a point?
The problem with
Mr. Snuffles, the drum is the answer to most of my problems, though. Sorry, the stream was.
The depiction question, it gets a little more specific because I think so. With the advent of deep fakes and stuff like that, we're having pornography laws redefined, specifically like revenge porn laws redefined to this idea that can you identify the image? Is the image made to represent someone in a plausible way? And if it is, then that, well, like, okay, so it's different if you create a fictional character, right? Like, so Lisa Simpson is a good example. Pornographic images of Lisa Simpson are weird, but they don't harm a kid. But pornographic images...
There's no actual child that looks like Lisa Simpson.
But drawn images of a child in your neighborhood, that's a different question, right? Like that's a little bit, that's starting to get into the creepy harassment type territory.
Well, how about if we just kill them as citizens? We don't actually make it illegal for them to do it, but we make killing them like a $10 offense. That seems like a fair.
Well, because there's a guy.
That seems like a fair.
Believe it or not, since it's the internet, there's actually a guy who has done this. His name is Shadman. And Shadman actually draws, he draws this kind of art. But what Shadman has kind of infamously done, as opposed to famously done, is he has drawn famous people's kids. And that's...
that's,
Like, to me, that's something where you are licensed to punch Shadman right in his penis until he dies.
Oh yeah, well, as lawyers we know this. The law can't solve every problem. Ideally, I mean it can't. If you've ever done any family law, which is a soul destroying thing, you have to tell clients you can create problems the law can't fix. In fact, you did because you married a crazy person and make kids with them. This is that kind of area, right? I kind of like the idea of just decriminalizing killing them.
See, here's the thing. Like
we don't have to involve the First Amendment.
I fully respect Shadman's right to draw whatever the hell he wants. I just also fully respect my right that if Shadman were to draw my children in some sort of disgusting way,
in a sanely ordered society, you should be allowed to kill him.
Yeah, that he would be eating his own testicles.
Well, Nick, it pulls back to actually, I think, all kidding aside, to a real fundamental point about the law that I think a lot of idiots out there have forgotten about.
Oh, he doesn't do it anymore? Rayusi says Shadman doesn't do it anymore. Look, I don't want to besmirch Shadman. If he doesn't do it anymore, I think that's the right decision. So that's good. Sorry.
I don't know. I think you probably ought to kill him on general principle, but hey, but no.
I don't kill people on their past mistakes. No,
you're obviously you are a more nicer person than I am. but the thing is, the legal system exists as an alternative to taking the law in your own hands, right? That's one of its fundamental purposes. And so if the legal system doesn't handle things like that, eventually people are going to take it into their own hands. And that's my criticism to liberals who constantly want to weaken the criminal law. You idiots are going to bring vigilantism back because you're violating the social contract and you're too stupid to realize it. Well, the same is true of this. I don't care what the theories are about the First Amendment. You go around drawing nude pictures of people's kids, they're going to kill you. And if the law doesn't take care of you, they're going to off you. So, it's one of those things. I mean, we can talk about the theory of free speech all we want to, but honestly, like I said, I just decriminalize it. That would fix it. And you don't even have to get into the First Amendment. But that's always been my frustrating thing is the legal system isn't. It is practical. It's supposed to work. It's supposed to actually function. Anyway, that probably doesn't make any sense at all, really.
No, that's okay.
But
so Shadman drew a Loli Hillary Clinton.
Okay, now I'm just going to vomit. Did we really have to go there?
It's not actually lewd, though.
Really necessary?
It's a non-nude picture. Thank Jesus.
Oh, well, thank God. Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing that data.
Okay, so this is shockingly, perhaps not shockingly, I don't know anymore. The internet is such a weird place. This is there's lewds. No, stop. The internet.
I never thought I'd hear myself say this, but
the internet is such a big and diverse place that we really do have to wrestle with like these questions. And what's interesting is I love hearing your perspective on it, right? Because it's such a simple and personal perspective. Like, well, if someone does this, you just go kill the shit out of them, which makes it makes some sense. Except that you have to
there is a certain simplicity to that. I'll have to concede that.
Right, and it is comforting and wonderful, and I mean no disrespect or even mockery about it, because because that's the reasonable. Like as a dad, you think this person did this to my daughter, I've got to kill them. I would pull their tongue out. I would shove it up their anus, and then I would reach down their throat and pull it back out again, right? Like that's your. And no rational person would deny me the right to do that. Well, all kidding aside, that was actually a high compliment someone paid to me in a huge business transaction I was in recently. They said, "We found your practical approach to getting things done very refreshing." Yeah. Because it was basically, well, hell, let's just get it done. Yeah. So,
but the problem, of course, with a practical approach is it's not necessarily scalable. You can't necessarily take we just ought to kill him and turn it into some kind of law that's actually going to function.
And the other problem is like getting back to the practical. On the internet, you can't just go kill someone, right? Like, in 1978, even in 1995, if someone was drawing a picture of your kid in a lewd or nude sort of way or engaged in a sex act, they would have to post it somewhere that you could see it, which meant that they were close. Mm-hmm. Today, that's obliterated. Like a hypothetical resurgent Shadman that's doing this, you don't know where he is unless he's been doxxed. And even if he is doxxed, he don't even know who he is. Yeah, he could be 10,000 miles away. He could be in Singapore or something doing this. It's like, what are you going to do? You're going to travel around the entire earth to go attack someone. And interestingly, the damage is both increased because the exposure is increased, but it's also minimized because the localized exposure is significantly decreased by the internet. Like I tell people all the time, I can walk anywhere in my town and nobody on earth knows who I am. Like who I is. But
I think actually technically it's who you be.
Who I be. But when I went to, when you're coming into Texas from Oklahoma on 35 and the The literal first stop that is not the Texas Welcome Center is a gas station and the fried pies place, right? The original fried pies place. I went in there.
Is that still the first? I mean, that's been
It's
years
still
since
there.
I've.
It's still there. So when you come from Oklahoma into Texas on 35, that's the first place. I went in there last year. We were driving down for a family reunion or something like that. And I stopped to I'm like, I'm going to buy these kids fried pies. I'm going to blow their damn minds with fried pies. And the person in the shop recognized me. And that was the first time. She goes, so here I am. I'm getting these fried pies. And she goes, I recognize you. I've seen your show. And I went, oh my God, these things are going to have arsenic in them.
You've got to be kidding me. This isn't actually happening.
Turns out the person actually liked the show. So that was a good thing. But that was, that's the first time I've ever been recognized in the wild. Now I can walk all through Spicer, Minnesota, Wilmer, Minnesota, and outside of people who specifically know me, they have no idea that I'm on YouTube, right? So that what I'm getting at is that the internet has this amazing ability to both expand the exposure of something, but also that doesn't translate linearly to localized exposure. So a person could draw something, they could say something terrible about you, wonderful. and your local friends and families may never know.
Yeah. Wouldn't it be wonderful to actually be able to go back in time and say to our founders, okay, this is where we're going to wind up, and describe to them in practical terms the internet and all that, and say, don't worry about how it works. Just assume that it does work. Does this change anything you're writing in this Constitution you're doing? Because, these problems are difficult to resolve. My general thought is, though, when you're messing with people's kids, okay, you're as you well know, you're dealing with a reptilian brainstem kind of level of reasoning here. Okay, there is no rationality, as we understand that word, and the legal system, among its many jobs, is to maintain a reasonably harmonious society. So I think perhaps the argument in favor of just killing them, or at least making that kind of crap illegal, is, look, society just can't stay together if people get to do this,
right? Because
parents aren't going to stand there and allow their children to be objectified like that. And I don't care about the First Amendment. Right
now,
you do that to one of my children or my grandchildren, I don't care.
I want to,
and that's why pornography was classically never protected under the First Amendment.
Yeah, and I want to be clear on some stuff, because some people have said stuff like, I don't understand what Loli is. No, listen. I'm getting into specific examples for the purposes of demonstration. Exploring all of the various facets of it. But what Loli tends to be is it is a type of drawn pornography like hentai that involves the drawing of characters that either are or appear to be underage. It has its origins in the 1955 novel Lolita, which was the sexualization and then abuse of a 12-year-old girl, and that. That's
a good point, actually.
Yeah, that book is stating something very specific about a person, and it doesn't really translate to Loli. That's just where the origins are. I want to be very clear on that. And so here's my position. Maybe this will help. I don't care if you draw or like or consume Loli, right? It is a drawn thing. I don't think it hurts anybody. At the same time, if you tell me, what I'm into, Loli, I'll say, that's degenerate. That's terrible. You shouldn't you shouldn't like that. But I don't care. I'm not gonna kill you or defriend you or stop talking to you. I'll just say, hey, I'm not into that. I don't like it. I think that's kind of gross. I don't care how old the dragon demon. I don't care that it's a 500-year-old that looks like an 11-year-old. I think that's weird. But you do you, because at the end of the day, you're not actually hurting anyone. And as long as you're not hurting anyone, I don't want to stop you. Even if I think it's gross or terrible.
So, strictly as a hypothetical, and I'm not arguing with you because I really don't know where I'd fall on this. What if, however, there was, reasonably convincing evidence that consuming that made you more likely to actually prey on children? Would that change your analysis?
No. Because
okay.
Here's the problem. I don't know that person A and person B will offend until they do.
Right.
So even if
and that's got support in our constitutional law. You remember the criminal case where they pulled a couple over just because statistically it was likely they were the ones that did it. There's no actual evidence, and that stop was deemed to not be legitimate.
Right.
So yeah, and
if I extend that argument, then I have to also extend the argument that violent movies make me more likely to murder people. And I'm like, okay, well, they might make me more likely to murder people, but I'm not murdering people. So, that they might make. I
think that's a reasonable argument, Nick. I mean,
yeah.
You also get into this whole thing. My hypothetical was very simplistic. In reality, the research is almost always ambiguous and flawed, and many times just pure bullshit.
And
so yeah.
I want to be clear on a couple other things. I think a lot of stuff is degenerate, and I'm okay with it.
Yeah,
right.
Sure,
I think cocaine is degenerate. But if someone I know does cocaine, I don't disavow their life. I just say, hey, maybe
the thing about
maybe don't sniff cocaine off your dog, Gary Busey.
I don't think I'd have a big disagreement with you on it, as long as you're actually not depicting real people.
Yeah.
Now that of course brings in a whole, eye of the beholder kind of problem, right? Well, okay, I wasn't depicting that particular person. They just happen to resemble one another. So you're never going to have a clean black and white law on this, right? There's always going to be some gray area where you're going to have to rely on a jury to go, it is or it isn't. But I'm kind of like you. I don't, and mine is more of a practical thing. I haven't seen any strong evidence that punishing crimes that basically tend to only hurt the individual. I have not seen any evidence whatsoever that making that stuff illegal actually does anything to stop that behavior.
Right.
I mean, right now,
and
a big part of our criminal justice system is nothing more than a wealth transfer scheme.
Right. And to be clear,
this isn't,
the creation of specific images designed to with the intent of harming someone's child, for example, right? Because that's the big point of contention. When does Loli transcend from?
I think you go back to the jury system.
Yeah, well, I think
it becomes a fact question.
There's a different cause of action that's around it, right? We already have harassment laws. So if you're creating images of someone's child for the purpose of causing them mental stress or causing them harm, we already have harassment laws and stuff that deal with that. Yeah. We don't need to criminalize an entire form of art.
We might want to toughen them. We might want to toughen them up for that particular type of harassment. I agree with you on that.
I think revenge porn laws are actually taking that on, and that's what we're going to transition into. Like a good pair of hormone infused men, we will transition into this next subject.
Okay, thank you for that mental picture that I never really ever needed. No, you know, but the revenge porn thing is an interesting thing, right? I mean, there's a presumption built into revenge porn laws that says that you have an expectation of privacy when
Right.
you're handing out pictures. You know, when you're engaging. I mean, you know, yeah. And part of the problem is like you zoned in. I tend to have a fairly pragmatic view of these things. I just don't care. If you want to put somebody under the jail because of revenge porn, I'm okay with that because he's a sorry bastard that ought to be put under the jail. But like I said, you can't, you know, but again, you can't, it's not scalable. You can't turn that he's a sorry bastard, he ought to be put under the jail into actually some kind of legal construct that'll have any kind of usefulness.
The really hard part for me with revenge porn is it's a very fact intensive question. And I'm learning this because, so here's the long and short without using any names. Okay. This has a genesis in a real event, although it is not a criminal case at present. But a lot of people ask me to comment on it, and I did the other day. But you probably have no idea what I'm talking about, so this is perfect. A 35-year-old man.
Why should we change now?
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
A 35-year-old YouTube personality, okay, was allegedly dating an 18-year-old person, an 18-year-old girl. Okay. 35-year-old man, 18-year-old girl. We already covered what should happen if you're their dad, right? You should chop them up and throw them in a barrel.
Right.
But if you're,
but you probably shouldn't base the legal system based on how her dad's going to react.
Right, because and this is important. Like, if it's your kid, you kill the bastard and you bury him in the deepest swamp you can find. If it's someone else's kid, like, you may not like it, but at the same time, you have no responsibility to that. And
well,
go ahead.
Exactly. No. I think we're heading in the right direction because the thing is, you know, I saw a tweet from some idiot lefty a couple days ago who said, you know, who was talking about, you know, 18 and 19-year-old women being preyed upon by 40-year-old men and how it was horrible and essentially sexual assault and all this kind of stuff. Because the men were more powerful and more this, more that, and the women basically, I mean, didn't have a choice according to this feminist. And one guy replied and said, "Well, you know, then we probably shouldn't let them vote, then, right?"
Right, exactly.
Because,
right, like if they're that's
right.
That's the thing. I made a joke
about adults here.
I made a joke in the chat. They said, "Call them women, not girls," and I said, "Women deserve to be infantilized when I'm drunk." That's what we call a joke. I don't actually.
Yeah, it's a joke, son. A joke.
Yeah.
Right over you.
I don't actually mean that. But the idea that an 18-year-old woman is denied any agency in the decision is something that we do in particular situations when we don't like the man, right? Like, that's the idea.
Right. Right.
But the reality is, if it's not my daughter, it's not my place to make a moral judgment.
Right.
So,
well, we saw this in the Mignogna case, right? When you know, when Toy is talking about how he had some kind of obligation, you know, and I hammered him in the deposition where I said, well, wait a minute, if her father didn't have a problem, where do you get off, you know?
Yeah, where does your cuck sense come into play? I don't care about that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, but I mean, that's the thing, right? You know, the legal system is full of the concept of standing, right?
Yeah.
You don't have any standing to punish some guy that's dating some other person's daughter. That's not your job. And in fact, the law ought to punish you for doing that, because we should not be enabling busybodies as a general legal principle, in my opinion.
Right.
But you know, yeah, it's messy.
It's really messy, but I think, you know, when especially as lawyers and as you know, as representatives of the legal system, or whatever the hell you want to call us,
officers of the court,
as upstanding officers of the court that we are, we have to go ahead and step back and say, do we want the full weight of government coming down on the decisions between two adults? And Sometimes the answer is yes, and other times the answer is no. But as dads, we can make our distinctions based on dads. But that okay, that
we don't care about the big picture.
Okay, so
but that's it. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
The hypothetical is set. We have 35-year-old internet personality. We have 18-year-old woman who are engaged in a relationship of sorts. Now,
it's not my daughter. I don't care.
A third party comes in, and a third party starts attacking the credibility of the relationship, basically showing direct messages suggesting that the relationship is less genuine. So direct messages between him and the girl, okay? And this third party, I should point out, is alleging to be an ex-boyfriend. Does this make sense? So an ex-boyfriend of the girl is showing direct messages that are contemporaneous with the relationship of the YouTube personality, but they're saying
showing the 35-year-old manipulating her and that kind of thing.
No. Showing actually, interestingly, showing the 18-year-old manipulating the 35-year-old.
That seems a lot more likely,
right? Which it's weirdly kind of what you expect, right? Like you have a man, and then you have a young, presumably attractive, at least to the man, woman who is exerting her sexual market value over the man, and the man is saying, "Look, I want to get in that ass," or whatever young men say. I don't know. I'm an old man.
I don't either. Right. Me too. Whatever it is they say, though.
Okay.
But no, I have always found that vaguely amusing when you hear about, these the men are predators. I'm going, did you ever date?
The answer is no, they never dated.
We're pretty darn yeah, that's right. We're pretty darn helpless most of the time.
We're the flipping prey 99% of cases.
We really are.
Because look, I just go, okay, I'm following. Okay.
I mean, we walk right into the firing line with a smile on our face. I mean, just.
Okay, so recap.
Just saying.
35-year-old YouTube personality.
So this third party is out there slagging the relationship, right? Am I hearing that right?
To own the third party starts his own YouTube stream, okay? And he's showing the direct messages, right? Slagging the relationship, calling into question the claims that they're even dating at all, okay? So then the 35-year-old person allegedly, this is actually in some sort of dispute, although I think this is what happened, allegedly sends a link to the third party and says, open this or whatever. And he opens it on the stream, and lo and behold, it's a sex tape of the 35-year-old and the 18-year-old. Because Ty, of course it is, right? Of course it's a sex tape. Like, look, listen.
Oh my goodness.
You think our relationship is a sham? Check this out. Here's my penis in the girl. Because how else do you do it? You do the chop. Have you ever seen Chopping Mall, Ty?
No.
You need to watch. It's an 80s horror movie called Chopping Mall, and the robots.
Chopping Mall.
When the robots are about to murder someone, their little robot arms go up like this, and they are in murder mode. He's like, "Listen, you call my relationship into question. Check this out. Boom, sex tape. Here it comes."
Okay. So all right. So yeah, the story went in a direction I wasn't really anticipating.
Of course.
So yeah.
So then the question though. So everybody asks me immediately, they're like, is this revenge porn? And this is
I think for it to be revenge porn, it has to be against the will of one of the two participants, doesn't it? I mean,
I don't know. Okay, so here's how the Virginia statute is worded. It actually says,
if someone
disseminates nude images, I'm bracketing a lot here, but if someone disseminates nude images without permission of someone with the intent to harass, coerce, or intimidate. Now, the interesting thing about it is it doesn't say who they are intending to harass, coerce, or intimidate.
But you got to do it without permission, though. Does it say who has to grant permission? Presumably the person in the.
I think I think it is permission of the person whose nude image is portrayed.
Okay.
But the question still remains, like, can you? So can I send nude pictures of Hillary Clinton, for example, to Steven Crowder with the purpose of harassing, intimidating, or coercing Steven Crowder? Like, listen, Steven Crowder, you son of a bitch. If you don't go back to Canada, I'm going to send you full spread nudes of Hillary Clinton.
I would say if you have Hillary Clinton's permission to do that, you're on solid ground, aren't you?
But what if you don't have Hillary Clinton's
permission? More accurately, so the statute said if you don't have their permission and you also have the intention to harass and all that.
Yeah, so the question is, so assuming you don't have permission of the other party, however, they're not, let's say they don't raise a challenge to it.
Sure, they don't even know or they don't care.
Yeah. Right, so the criminal complaint...
But you're sending this stuff to harass Crowder in your hypothetical.
Yeah, so would Crowder be able to file a criminal complaint? That's a weird sort of place to be,
I think probably, my guess is if a court interpreting that would have to look back to legislative intent, and which is bullshit, by the way. I hate that legal doctrine.
Yeah, because legislative intent
is where you look back on what the...
It's never actually right either. It's just what the majority
you're
want.
Looking to the public statements. Yeah, you're looking to the public statements of the people that voted on it.
Right.
And most of the time it's self-serving, it's inaccurate, yada, yada, yada. But I think probably the court, I guess a lot depends on whether or not the law is actually ambiguous. We've talked about this before. If the law is ambiguous, then you can use, assorted, legal tools to interpret the law in a way that's rational. But if it's not ambiguous and just simply a crappy law, I think the courts are going to have to, they're going to have to enforce it the way it's written.
Now,
and in your hypothetical, it sounds pretty clear.
Here's the real kicker, because everybody expected me to ask you this, right? Everybody expected me to ask you this question. Okay. But what no one in the chat expects is my brilliant follow-up. And these are the musings. Because I talked about this last night, and I talked about this also in a short video. My views on this are pretty clear. Here's where I think the law is, and you guys can go check those videos out. But no one in the chat expects the follow-up. So Ty,
y'all ready? Because here it comes.
Ignoring everything that just happened, although acknowledging that it did, okay? Acknowledging that, let's say, hypothetically, YouTuber disseminated a video, let's even say without consent of the nude person. Okay, we'll take it as far negative as it could be. And that without the consent of the nude person and intending to harass the nude person, that is an issue that's over here. And we're going to throw that in a box because it doesn't matter. Other than the fact that it happened, it doesn't matter. Here's the crazy thing. Everyone who shares that video. Now, let's say you are observer. You are, for example, Kiwi Farmer number 4.
Mm-hmm.
You share said YouTuber's video with the purpose of harassing said YouTuber, who is also nude in the video. You don't have permission to do it. Now, it's already been shared, but that doesn't mean that you have permission to share it, does it? Legally.
No, it gets really messy.
Right, because like Disney shares their movies, they disseminate their movie, but you don't have permission to disseminate a Disney movie on YouTube, do you?
Right. No. Well, you know, and that brings up the point that you do a real good job of explaining to your audience this. At least you imply it. Legislators are idiots for the most part, and they write laws that are crap.
Right.
You know, a perfect example is in the campus, kangaroo court witch hunt environment where, someone can't consent to sex if they are intoxicated. What if both people are intoxicated?
It's a good question, right? Lots of sex happens with both parties intoxicated.
Yeah, and so as a practical matter, the guy always loses. Well, we just assume the guy is the predator. Okay, what about two gay men? There's any number of situations on campuses right now where literally the first person to make the complaint wins.
Yeah,
it's a very poorly written rule,
So
and that's where we're getting. I mean,
my point in this is this is literally just a warning to everyone out there, and this would of course be limited to the people under the jurisdiction of Virginia law specifically, and I do this as a public service. Anyone,
because you are a giver, much like me.
I am a giver. And also why you will, never mind. That's a disgusting analogy that I'm not going to go into. I am a giver. And I want to say that if you are under the jurisdiction of Virginia law, which means if you ever travel through Virginia, you need to be very, very cautious about sharing a particular Virginia sex tape that includes nudity of two parties, because if Virginia law determines you to have intent to harass either of those parties, you are similarly subject to the revenge porn laws, even though you had no hand in creating it, even though it's already been disseminated on the internet. It doesn't actually matter under the statute. Ethan
and I
Ralph,
would agree with that 100%.
Yeah, Ethan
you
Ralph.
Don't want to be stuck. You don't be stuck with your lawyer arguing to the court, Your Honor, they couldn't have possibly meant that.
Ethan Ralph could file a criminal complaint against literally anyone who shares that video without his permission because of his penis being in the video. And so,
right. Well, yeah.
That's, you don't have to have created
for that matter, it. How do you know that he obtained the permission of his sexual partner?
Right.
How do you know that?
And that's another question.
I mean, so I don't know. So word advice from Unity here, children. Don't share sexually explicit videos of anybody.
Yeah, don't share them. You can look.
It is an absolute legal nightmare to figure out.
I have to clarify something because I see a little bit of dangerous confusion in the chat. Kiwi Farms.
We don't want that.
No. And these are good questions. And guys, I didn't even think about this stuff yesterday. I'm on a walk today. I'm walking at night through the streets of Florida, right? Through the haze of humidity that is the hell that is Florida. I'm walking around and I'm thinking
suffocating haze of humidity at this time of year.
Holy shit! Anyone who shares this is potentially liable under the same criminal statute. Okay, so I want to be clear.
Anyone who shares explicit video could be running afoul of revenge porn laws.
If it was shared to Kiwi Farms is not liable for hosting the shared content. They're not liable.
Section 230. Yeah,
not only Section 230, but in the specific Virginia code, it says that if it was uploaded to an internet service provider, that internet service provider is specifically immune from that. However,
but not the uploader.
But not the
Right.
uploader. And significantly and importantly, not the person who downloads it from Kiwi Farms or shares the link, because sharing a link to the Kiwi Farms archive of that is sufficiently dissemination under the law. And guys, again, I'm not doing this as a condemnation. I'm telling you to protect yourselves as you do as you go through this. So.
No, and I totally agree. And we, again, we come from a something like a 20-year difference in age, or however much it is. You don't want to do this. I mean, you don't want to be in this situation of having a lawyer have to try to persuade a court. That's not what the legislature meant, because that is weak tea. Courts are like, yeah, but that's what they wrote.
And think about this. You don't want to be making the argument in court that, look, I know I shared the video of a 35-year-old banging an 18-year-old, but I was doing it to own the 35-year-old. Like, you similarly don't want to make that argument. Like,
I'm pretty sure if I'm your lawyer, I'm not going to ask you why you did it, but but the prosecutor might. No, I mean, you bring up some this is all, we ran into this about 10 years ago, and I guess we're still wrestling through this, the legal system, with minors sharing sexually explicit pictures of themselves with their boyfriends or girlfriends. Congratulations, you're distributing kiddie porn.
Yep, exactly.
And the legal system, and as far as I know, the legal system still hasn't figured out any kind of real rational sorting for that. That's I try hard not to slag millennials and stuff because it's kind of a cliche, but I do think that is a generational thing that is very unfortunate. Millennials don't seem, as a group, and I know that I'm generalizing, okay, but millennials as a group don't seem to understand the seriousness of some of the stupid shit they do. A perfect example were those two idiot lawyers in New York who threw Molotov cocktails at a police car.
Yeah. Very stupid.
Because they were protesting. They're going to go to prison because of that. And they literally, I am totally convinced that they had no idea that they might go to prison over this. It never occurred to them that that's actually like a heinous crime. So, and the thing about the legal system is, it's not a very nice, soft, touchy-feely system.
No.
It will crush you.
It's a sledgehammer.
It will absolutely crush you. Yeah, very much so. I never really thought of these things because, that's not really stuff I normally think about, but you're absolutely right.
So I want to...
It gets,
I want to clarify a couple things real quick. This only matters for people who are under Virginia jurisdiction, and for the questions about Preston and the pegging video, the difference between Preston and this situation is this is a Virginia statute. Now, there may be I think he's in Washington. There may be a Washington statute that would apply there.
Oh, good grief. Everybody younger than me is a millennial, for heaven's sake. Sorry.
There may be a Washington statute that applies if you're under the jurisdiction of Washington. If you're not under Virginia jurisdiction, it literally doesn't, this is not legal advice, but it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter in Virginia. But again, what other states have got similarly poorly drafted laws?
Right. And so the question is, you always have to check whether the state in your jurisdiction has any law about revenge pornography and where it was, and there are there's an infinite number of questions based on the drafting of that law.
Yeah. But to me, the sane strategy is simply don't distribute sexually explicit material.
It's a good rule of
thumb. Because you may very well run afoul of a law that you can't get out of. Because the thing about these laws are, they can prove you did it
really easily, especially with
not a lot.
With IP addresses, with names. Especially if you've been doxxed, they can go ahead and make the case that you did it. Now, and
And
again,
once they can prove you did it,
and I want to address
you
one
know,
other thing. Just because someone else distributed it for you, in specific in regards to Virginia, Virginia's law does not contemplate a prior distribution of the material, because if the prior distributor either had permission or didn't have permission, that doesn't confer permission upon you. So again, as a public service, if you are
permission, so
under
permission doesn't tack. Okay, wow.
as a public
Damn.
service, if you are under Virginia's jurisdiction, and this it entirely applies to only those people, you are not inoculated from distributing this particular hypothetical video just because someone else distributed it prior to you. Under the statute, anyone who distributes it, again with the same caveats, with intent to harass, coerce, or intimidate another person, if they do that with that intent, that is a violation of the statute if it's without permission. It doesn't matter if it was done before, doesn't matter anything like that. That's how Virginia's statute is written, and it doesn't apply specifically in any other state. You would have to look at the other states' laws on it. But I wanted to
What
get
an
to
absolute minefield. trying to thread that though. Good grief.
It really is, and I hadn't even thought about how much of a minefield it was until I was out for a walk.
I'm sitting there right now going, well, crap, you could. Yeah. I mean, it. Yeah. You look. You know, you guys have got two lawyers out here going, holy crap.
Yeah.
This is something we might not be able to.
It's crazy because
we can't even figure out the contours of this. So.
You think, even as a lawyer or anyone who's ever had experience with the internet, you think, oh, well, this dumbass uploaded his sex tape on YouTube. Clearly, I can share it, right? And make fun of him. Because if you make fun of the sex tape, well, that gets rid of the copyright thing, right? Like you're being critical of it, you're criticizing it, you're transformative.
Right, yeah, but you're talking about a criminal law statute that has nothing to do with copyright.
Nothing at all, and it's a really weird place to be.
And look, I'd be the first to admit you might actually take this to the U.S. Supreme Court and they might strike it down. But I don't think you got any idea of how long that takes and how much money it costs and how uncertain it is.
How much stress it is too. Being under a criminal indictment.
Good grief.
Being under a criminal indictment for 3 months is stressful for people. Try it for 4 years while you get your case to the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
You would have to be arguing a very novel theory.
It's a fascinating.
Yeah.
Excuse me. That's a fascinating thing you've come up with. Yeah.
You thought I was going to drag you through degeneracy, which I did, in fairness.
Only because you do, but
yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
but at the same time,
I had no idea there would actually be some payoff at the end where I go, that was unexpected.
It's a real questionable legal theory, and it's something that, at the time that our legal system was growing and building, none of this stuff even, like, it was so far outside of the imagination that you would, on your phone in your hand, record yourself having sex with someone and then share it to literally the entire earth. Like, that was, if you told James Madison in 1790 that's what his constitution would be, contemplating, he would have eaten a musket round.
Well, what I honestly think our founders would have said, believe it or not. I'd love to think they were such brilliant men that they'd actually found some solution to these problems. But my guess is they'd have said, you know what, y'all are going to have to take care of that. Because that's not going to be a problem for us, our children, our grandchildren, or anybody that's alive, or anybody,
Well, I think
because that's the thing about the law, right?
Didn't the founders thought that the Constitution would be entirely rewritten within 30 to 60 years?
Sure. Yeah, they certainly wouldn't have been surprised about that.
Yeah.
But see, that's the thing about the law, right? The law is designed to operate today. It's not And very often, real issues arise when legislators decide they're going to write laws for theoretical things. That's how we wind up with these idiotic anti-SLAPP laws, right?
Yeah.
Someone could use the legal system somehow, and it's like, oh my god, So yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all if a founder said, you know what, very interesting, that's going to happen in 200 years. Good luck to y'all.
So now
you better figure it out.
I have a follow-up question to complete the stream, and then I think we should do super chats.
55-gallon drums, not buckets. Sorry, someone in the stream got the terminology wrong.
So I think I should ask you this follow-up question. Then we should do super chats and probably end the stream because it's getting late. Is that okay with you?
Yeah. Wow, it is. As always, time is flying.
It's about to stop. So let's say hypothetically that during the sex tape, okay, one of the parties put their finger in the anus of the other party and then pulled it out and audibly sniffed it on camera.
Oh, really?
What should happen to that party?
I'll let you know after I get through vomiting. Okay, fine. Enjoy your moment. Enjoy your moment, Nick. I just hope it's worth it for you.
Ty, look at me.
I'm done.
Look at me.
Nick, look, I'm a guy that. Would you like to know what I have in my pocket?
I do.
In my pants pocket, and
yes.
and it's not a yeah you do.
I do as long as it's not lighter. As long as it's not a sniff.
No, it's not that. It's not. I have a Zippo lighter and a pocket knife. Okay.
Oh, do you? What are you doing? Like are you a Boy Scout surviving on an abandoned island?
No, I have an ivory handled John Wayne, pocket knife, and I got my basic Zippo lighter. But someone that would carry these things around on a daily basis is really not somebody you want to ask that question to. Because it's just going to kind of look at you and go, do what? I also have a straight razor. I do have a straight razor, by the way.
Why do you have a straight razor?
Well, I shave with a straight razor.
I mean, I know you shave with a. I get that you shave with a straight razor, but why do you have it with you?
Well, because I just got it like today. This is the coolest thing in the world. This is a straight razor that has a disposable blade.
Wait, what?
Because if you use a straight razor, so real straight razors require an insane amount of maintenance.
You have to sit there with a leather strap removing the burrs.
And then you got to take them to you got to take them to a knife. To a knife guy to sharpen them after a period of time. It's just it's an ordeal. But of all things, my barber told me about these. So you can actually get straight razors now that have little disposable blades right here, and I'm just so delighted. I'm thrilled. But anyway,
Ty,
but I'm easily entertained.
I have to ask, what do you shave with a straight razor? Because listen, visibly I can see one spot, and that's right here. On the front of the forehead, like a Shaolin monk.
You have to. Well, yeah.
I can only imagine the other spots you're shaving.
Well, oh God, let's don't go there. No, I like on the basically around the beard, and before I had a beard, but anyway.
Okay, so you're lining up is what you're doing.
Oh, well, sure, yeah. I mean, because the hair, But my point here is, you should really think of me as your great-grandfather and not ask me these questions. Because I might pull my bolt-action Springfield rifle and just start shooting at you. And then ride off on my horse.
That's okay, because I'd pull my semi-automatic 45 caliber 1911 and I would just gun you down. Oh my God.
There you go, yeah.
Ty, I got to show you something. I've never wanted a motorcycle before in my life. Okay, that's the important premise to this. I'm about to leave for Florida, and I and I am at the post office, and right next to the post office in Spicer is this place called Larry's Power Equipment. They sell chainsaws and golf carts and all that stuff, right? And four-wheelers and ATVs. Look at what is sitting in Spicer Power's lot. I'll show everybody when I get it.
Ooh.
Guys,
yeah.
look at this
I've never
thing.
I've never wanted a motorcycle either until now.
It's got a coach gun rifle holster. It's got a grenade.
Oh my goodness.
It's got a grenade belt in the back. A canteen.
Well, it's indescribably beautiful. I mean,
It is. It's a Harley. It's an actual
Wow.
Harley. Look at this thing.
You know, I suppose the military did actually use Harleys. I mean, why wouldn't they?
I don't know.
That's just cool. I mean,
It's cool as hell.
that is.
I had a literal moral
Yeah.
conundrum. I'm like, do I buy this thing? Like, what do I do?
It will you will die on it eventually. I mean,
What do you
the
pay
problem
for?
with motorcycles is
What do you pay
Huh?
for that bike? What do you pay for that bike? Assuming that bike has less than 10,000 miles on it, what do you pay for it?
I have no idea. How much money do I have? Yeah, that's pretty darn cool.
God, I
Um,
really like. I'm like, I want. I
Yeah,
actually want one.
Yeah, well, yeah. You know, I do wonder what something like that would cost. What do you think? 30?
I can tell you what the
Yeah,
sticker is on it. It's actually $12,900, and it's got like 7,500 miles on it.
Wow. Well, I mean, you know, obviously it's spruced up to look good, but it has it has a certain authentic look to it. I suspect that it's modeled after an actual military bike of some kind.
I would think so.
You know, but yeah, yeah. I gotta kind of agree with you on that. Although I still think that, you know, the fundamental problem with motorcycles are cars. You know,
The well, the problem.
and the little,
So I sent it to my friend Yellow Flash. I think you're familiar with who Yellow Flash is.
yeah.
He's a motorcycle guy, and I'm like, hey man, look at this thing. And he said the problem with Harleys is that they're made for the average height guy, which is about 5'8". And me being 6'2", he said, you're probably going to have to replace the seat. You'll have to replace the handlebars, and you'll have to modify it to be more your height. And it's like,
I could see you on one of those big choppers, right?
that would be kind of funny, but those don't. It doesn't have the same look as that bike. That bike looks just cool.
Oh no, that bike is badass. I mean, it drips badassness.
Right. If you
my
buy
opinion.
that bike, you have to buy a coach gun to put in the holster.
Sure.
So that
Okay,
adds
somebody on the stream
$1,500
says
to the cost.
Somebody said on the stream it's modeled after the 1942 Harley Davidson WLA. Okay, so I guess they did use Harleys in World War II. I mean, you would assume so.
I have no idea, but all I know is, like,
Yeah.
I never in my life, because I'm always like, okay, I think motorcycles are cool. I don't have a problem with them, but at the same time, like, you gotta wear leather and stuff, and I have a heat allergy, and it seems like a hassle, right? And I've never had a desire, but I'm looking at that one as I drove into the post office. I'm like, what the hell is that? Because that has grenades on it. I want grenades immediately.
Yeah, that's pretty. Yeah, good looking bike, man.
Yeah,
really good looking.
I might if
So we
it's
got
still
super chats to.
Yeah, if it's still around when I get back, I may consider it. But yeah, let's do these super chats and let's get over the.
Well, see, you'll put it in God's hands. If it's meant for you to have it, it'll be there. If not, it won't be.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Legendary Devil Hunter Dante says, Nick, you have been defining Lolita, not Loli. There's a difference. I think I got to the difference after this chat, but I'll read the rest. Loli is an art style where the character is not always underage, just drawn with a smaller frame, and it's not always lewd. Yeah, but when I mention Loli, people have a very specific idea that the Loli is pornographic, and if the character is not underage, it's almost like a tongue-in-cheek joke, right? This is a 5,000-year-old golden dragon in the form of a 7-year-old. This is not, it's animation. We're not talking about an 18-year-old that happens to look young. That could happen in real life. We're talking an animation where the looking young is a convenient trope to get around some other countries' laws about Loli, which are very, very strict. But anyway, no, I hope I clarified it better in the later descriptions after that chat. Bob the Triple King says, for Ty, what is your response to people that say, quote, the First Amendment only applies to the government, it doesn't stop social consequences? And then he follows up, for me, what's the point of a right that only applies to 17-ish% government workers? That can't be right. What do you think?
Well, I mean, before social media or after, that's the whole thing, right? Before the last year or two, I'd have said it's crystal clear. The government can't prohibit you from saying it, but you have no immunity from the social consequences of whatever you say. It's getting real messy out there.
It really is.
People literally having their lives wrecked because some dipshit on Twitter doesn't like it. And a year ago, or more than a year ago now, when the Manana case started and I started coming on your show, I remember the first show where I said, sooner or later, someone is going to start taking the law in their own hands. We're going to see that. I'm convinced. There are too many people addicted to ruining other people's lives. But from a legal standpoint, the First Amendment only applies to the government. It really can't apply to individual citizens because then it'll be self-contradictory, right? I have the right not to like you because you said something I don't like. If the government prevents me from doing that, it's restricting my First Amendment rights, you see?
Right.
So, once again,
And Bob the Troll King, he clarifies, when a person says that to justify ruining people over the internet comments, especially political. And I want to add something. There's a very big difference between the legal aspects of the First Amendment, which do apply and still, even in the age of social media, only apply to government. And there's a distinction, though, between that legal application and the principled application, in which we need to argue and let companies and people know that the principle of freedom of speech should translate outside of the legal structure, because the legal structure, like you said, is messy and is horrible and oppressive. Like we can agree, for example, as a society, brackets, we live in a society, we can agree as that society to say, we're not going to cancel people over Twitter accusations because that's ridiculous. We're not going to cancel someone over a Facebook post, or even worse, a Facebook post of their dad 15 years ago or something like that. We can do that. Yeah. And that doesn't have to be a legal thing. That can just simply be an agreement, a social moray that we all kind of adhere to. So,
I used to say to folks, you say this when clients come in and they've been wronged, but you can't really actually fit that into a legal cause of action. And, you say to the client, look, not everything that's wrong can be made illegal because there simply are structural limits on what the law can do.
Right.
And the mere fact that something is legal does not mean it's moral. It doesn't mean that it's right. It doesn't mean that it's rational or anything like that. The law is sort of a minimum bar of behavior, right? And I don't think we can get very far actually trying to make it illegal for you to try to cancel somebody. Because like I said, you're now creating a contradictory situation. The First Amendment protects my right to call for your termination. It does.
Yeah.
So I don't, of course, if it was up to me to design a society, the first thing I do is shoot anybody that ever tried to develop social media. I think it may be the worst. I mean, really, I think it may be the worst thing for a civilization that there is, because it absolutely strips away every sort of rule of decorum and polite conduct that human beings have relied on for thousands of years to allow us to live together. I mean, this is, because I'll tell you, I mean, I said this a year and a half ago, I'll say it right now. If somebody gratuitously wrecked my life and made me unable to provide for my family and that kind of thing, I wouldn't hesitate to take the law in my own hands. And I'd sleep like a baby tonight.
Yeah.
I did it.
And
because
most people would too.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think, we're in this horrible, perfect, horrible storm of social media still being a relatively new thing, an entire generation of kids that we raised, it's ranting about the younger generation. Yeah, well, the older generation let this happen. We've raised a younger generation that think they should be allowed to destroy people just because they want to or because they disagree with them. They have no concept of social consequences. So it really is a terrible place that we're in. I keep hoping that eventually we're going to figure out that social media is bullshit. And everybody's going to go, well, who cares what people on Twitter say?
Yeah.
And it's no evidence actually coming yet.
We're in the nasty pendulum swing right now. So Commando Biffle says, take my super chat cherry rackets. Oh, thank you. Happy to do so, you non-virgin. I figured you come through this way to get into Texas. I personally don't like their fried pies, but the one I go to on Square closed out, so I'm stuck with that now. Look, someone asked me, Angry Baneling asked me to describe a fried pie for the benefit of Ethan Van Sciver. A fried pie is it's a
pie that's fried.
It's a pie.
Sorry, go ahead.
It's pie dough and then pie filling, and then they fold it over and pinch it shut, and then they stick it in a deep fryer and fry it. It's the most simple thing you can think of, and it's delicious.
Yes, and this is not polyunsaturated stuff either. This is like lard.
Yeah,
that they're probably frying it. Just so you'll know.
Exactly. It's they're good, and typically they also, like, when they get out of the fryer and they're still covered in that grease, they dump a bunch of confectioner's powdered sugar all over it, and it sticks to it, and it's even better.
Creates like sugar concrete.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah. Somebody says fried apple pies are wonderful. Yes, they are.
Yeah, that's Siren Jag. He knows what's up.
Yeah. Yes, they are.
Bad Vibe says, Ty, I agree in regards to age and understanding consequences. The law is two-faced and hypocritical, but I'm not a fan of government creating artificial buffers to consequence, disregarding them, then adding a worse consequence. Yeah, I mean, I think I agree with that.
Well, no one can actually dispute that, but the problem is the law is a fallible thing created by, literally thousands of people incrementally, and I promise you, your typical legislator doesn't say, I want to pass this law, but I really want to think through the long-term implications. They're not thinking that. What they want is something they can tell their constituents. Look, I passed a law that did this.
No legislator thinks farther than the next election, period.
No, they don't. They don't.
Sanguinius Lives says, Loli TLDR. Too long, didn't read. It's fucking degenerate. So he nailed it right there. Good job, Sanguinius Lives. We would only expect the golden angel winged son of the emperor to come up with that answer, and I think he got it. Books, Games, Pottery. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna burn through the rest of the chats because it's really. I just realized how late it was. Books, Games, Pottery says, my school wants to do a book study on the White Fragility book. Burn your school to the ground in Minecraft.
Oh yeah. Assert your First Amendment rights to be free of that bullshit.
I need to. So Book sent me videos like on white sensitivity training that she's having to deal with as a teacher. God, I need to go through them and probably show them to you guys on the stream.
We ought to do a show together and we can just ridicule them, kind of like Mystery Science Theater, only make fun of them. That would be pretty funny.
We should do that on a homeschool stream. Like we'll just talk about homeschooling in general and then show what actual teachers are having to deal with and teach to their kids. Let's figure that out. Architect of Fate says, I just found I don't need to pass law school to take the bar in my state. In other news, how would an individual gain standing to sue the state or the federal government over unconstitutional taxes? Tell me how to get standing. Good luck. People have been trying to get taxpayer standing forever. It's near impossible. As far as you may not have to, you may not have to pass law school to take the bar in your state, but you probably need to do an alternative program like an apprenticeship.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Taxes, unfortunately, are subject to the lowest level of scrutiny that we were talking about earlier, and almost always make it.
In Lemoyne voice says, "Oh, hi, Ty. Have you come across any good con sluts since we last met in court? You know the kind I like."
Thank you, Super Chat.
36, 24, 36 big titty goths who are into dad play and willing to call me Daddy Lemons. By the way, who's that lesbian you're talking to on Nick's stream? You know what? That is my... These people are brutal about my haircut. My haircut has licked more labia than
it's very much. It's a very much. What have you done for me lately? World with these folks.
It is. It is.
So that's what they were talking about. I was noticing some cracks in the stream, and I'm going, what? I thought the comparison to Flock of Seagulls was rather unfair.
I think everything they say is unfair. My haircut has been between more legs than any of these virgins combined.
I got something to thank you about, by the way. I mean, it didn't require much of a digression.
I did something
I did a role-playing game via.
Thank you, thank God.
It does. Yeah, I did a role-playing game last weekend via Zoom, and I guess you shilled it. Because they had like 3 or 4 times the normal number of people to watch it, and the stream was apparently taking shots at me, which is fine. I appreciate that.
Good,
that was pretty cool.
The Buck Rogers role playing.
So thank you.
I was driving. How did that go?
Yeah, it went good. It was really cool actually. So Luke Gygax is a really good, really straight up guy. I liked him a lot. Flint Dilley, his family owns the intellectual property of Buck Rogers.
I have Flint Dill's. I have a copy of his. He just released a book, and I'm supposed to read it.
I bought the book. It's really good. It's really It's really good. It's especially good if you lived through the '80s, because he was, good Lord, he was a producer on G.I. Joe, of course, the Dungeons and Dragons cartoon series, the Garbage Pail Kids, Yeah. But it was a real good game. Everybody did a good job with their characters. I wound up playing the really quiet, dour, taciturn guy, which is not much like me. So I finally just started running like Alan Rickman, and just suffering. But it was a good game. Really, it was pretty good. So anyway, but thank you for shilling it, because, like I said, we got a lot more traffic, and those guys are good guys.
I'm happy to do it. It's like a star-studded stream. It should have had 10,000 live viewers, but it's the way the internet and distribution works.
We kind of informally agreed to do it again.
Well, good.
Yeah, we've agreed to do it again, and I'll tell you now I understand how Zoom works. I've done Zoom hearings. I've done Zoom role playing. We do need to do a role playing game now. I know how to do it. So just saying.
Yeah. Where can you watch that? I think I made a YouTube community post about it the other day. That should take you to the link. Just go check there. I think
it's called. Is it Con to Couch?
Yeah, it's
to
Con to
Couch.
Couch is the channel. I need to have the guys who run it on the show. We've talked about doing a show together at some point.
Yeah.
They have a shockingly good and well sourced show. Like they get guests that kind of blow your mind a little bit, and the way YouTube works is it's this weird dartboard of once people know that you're there, they can check it out. But until they do, it doesn't matter who you could have. You could have Donald Trump on your show and people wouldn't even know. It's kind of this crazy world. So, Con to Couch, not Cunt to Couch. God damn it. Side. It's Con to Couch.
Give them an inch. They take and no, it's not Con Slut to Couch.
Look, give them an inch, and they take a running mate, Kamala Harris. Speaking of which, Corn Pop says, "I may be a bad dude, Joe, but at least I don't go around sniffing kids like you, creep." Damn.
Yes, I agree with that.
Alistor's Knight says, "Hey Nick, hey Ty. I hope you're enjoying your vacation, Nick. I sent you an email with some legal questions whenever you get around to it." I did see it. I'll get to you. Architect of Fate says, "Thanks, Ty. I just looked up Ron's Twitter, and I know he confirmed creating an OnlyFans account because, quote, there are hot girls on there. Did he literally just admit to being a simp publicly on August 8th? I mean, if anybody was confused about Ron Toye being a simp or a cuck or a pile of garbage.
Is an admission necessary? I mean,
yeah. Silky Johnson says, "I'm gay."
What's the Latin term in the law, Nick, for the fact speaks for itself? What's that called?
It's called simpus cuccicus.
Yes.
No,
that's it.
I think you're looking for res ipsa loquitur, right?
Yes. The thing speaks for itself. Yeah.
But I go with simpus cuccicus. Silky Johnson says, "I'm gay. I'm gate and lay. Did you hear or talk about what happened to Canon Hinot's story? Horrible story. Memory hold was having a talk with my friend. And can the law and morality intertwine, or is it completely subjective, or are they separate from each other?" Law and morality is separate. Without knowing anything about Canon Hinot, law and morality are subjective, and they tend to correlate at points, but the law lags behind morality by a significant amount, and the law is always tempered by constitutional restrictions. So it's a very, they end up being very different. Memba This says, "Hey, you remember the Andy Griffith episode where Barney had the sidecar motorcycle with his riding gloves, his goggles, and his helmet, and how he realized if you ride with your tongue on the roof of your mouth, you can't pronounce a word with the letter S?" No. I don't remember that.
I do not remember that episode.
Ty,
but it sounds like it was a pretty good one.
Do you remember the game Punch Buggy, when you'd see a Volkswagen Bug before they remade them, and you could punch literally anybody on Earth if you saw one?
I remember those types of games. I don't remember that specific one.
You're riding around with the president, and you see a 1965 Volkswagen Beetle, and you can punch him in the face and be like, "Punch Buggy, idiot." And it's fine.
Yeah.
I came up with a new one that Lady Rackets hates.
Okay.
It's called, I think this is more appropriate because they increase the number of Volkswagens on the road. So it's now sidecar slap. And when we're driving and I see a motorcycle with a sidecar, I just slap her across the face as hard as I can.
It's brutalize your wife just because you see something.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Look,
so after she shoves your hand up your ass for
if it was one of my kids next to me, I would slap them too.
Right. Sure, Nick.
Willie Brown's Brown Willie says, "Kamala made me real happy, Joe. You made a good choice of vice president. Though maybe she's a bit old for your taste." Disgusting. Siren Jag says, "ASMR. First, my mother cooks down a massive pan of peeled apples. Then she adds sugar, cinnamon, and nutmeg. Next, she rolls out a biscuit, fills that with cooked apples, folds it over, and fries it in a skillet to a golden brown. Okay, that was disgusting and horrible.
Yeah, Willie actually told Kamala not to take the vice president's gig.
Oh, that's good. At least he was looking out for her. And she's going to get sniffed constantly. Yeah. Very disgusting.
Yeah, I can't wait for him to say something grossly inappropriate in her presence and see how she deals with that.
I can't wait. He's like, can you imagine? He's like, you know what? I always respected the blacks, but now I respect black women. That'll be my favorite line of Joe Biden. I can already see it. But now I respect black women will be great.
Yeah. The thing is, somebody said to me one time, don't you feel bad about making fun of a guy with dementia? I said, no, Biden is a sorry, lousy, nasty piece of work. He's a predator. You watch these videos of him groping and creeping on women. He knows that he's making them terribly uncomfortable, and he gets off on doing it. He's a predator.
You're not making fun of the dementia. You're making fun of someone who's terrible, who also happens to have dementia.
Exactly. He's a horrible person.
I hated Joe Biden long before he had dementia.
Long before he became. Yeah, me too. And so, no, actually, and of course, I'm not going to be scolded or shamed by a lefty anyway. So it's like, here. But he's vile.
Bad Vibe says. Bad Vibe says Rekieta Law, late and gay, driving again. Yes, of course. Jake CB has #free Millie. Now, I don't know if you know anything about this, but this Millie, I don't know her last name. She's an InfoWars reporter. She was just arrested on a live stream. She was apparently releasing a documentary about something about liberals. I don't know. Whatever, an InfoWars documentary, so you can imagine the content. But she was arrested on a secret grand jury indictment.
For what?
The only report I've seen,
secret grand jury.
I can't confirm the report, but the only report I've seen was burglary. But I don't know. Millie Weaver is her name.
Interesting.
So I'm going to look into it, but until I see right now, the only stuff I've seen about her arrest is, I saw her get arrested, so I know it happened. The only things I've seen detail-wise are speculation. So, we got to see what the circumstances are, but very, very interesting. World War Wit says, why isn't Bill of Rights 13th and 14th Amendment treated as an abridgment, abrogation, or prior restraint against supposed constitutional authority? Second Amendment, COVID restrictions on assembly, 18 USC 242. The reason is because that makes things even more complicated. That's a simple answer, without even addressing the individual aspects of your argument. And also the fact that the Constitution, and you mentioned the 13th and 14th Amendment, so I'll say this with some confidence, dramatically changed after Reconstruction following the Civil War.
Among their numerous bad moves, the radical Republicans literally changed the Constitution to something that the founders never intended for it to be.
Right.
And it's got internal inconsistencies that are exposed because of that. Anyway.
Yeah. Long and short.
I have no problem with making slavery illegal, but most of that stuff was not necessary, and it really did screw things up pretty badly.
Right. In a weird way. I kind of like some of the results of it, but some of the results become ridiculous. Like the 14th Amendment applied the Bill of Rights to state and municipal actors, and that was never the intent, right? Like in a weird way, your town or state even could fully suppress your right to speech. And the idea is you just move to a different state.
The idea was that your state would have similar constitutional protections.
Right, but they didn't have to.
But they didn't necessarily. Agreed. They didn't necessarily. But, but the system that the founders designed was basically torn apart and replaced post 1865. And I'm not at all convinced that what we wound up with was better than what we had.
Yeah, it's weird because there are good parts to it, there are very bad parts to it. It really eliminated a lot of what the 9th and the 10th Amendment are there to protect, which is the idea of state sovereignty and state individuality. But that's a long discussion. Okay, Lost Bullets.
Oh God, yes.
Lost Bullet says Ted Cruz was born in Calgary. Look it up. Listen here, you son of a bitch. Ted Cruz is a Zodiac killer, and I would not badmouth him by saying he's Canadian ever, because he will kill you, and he will leave a cryptic note. Tamara Holloway.
And down here in Texas, we would have quit him. He wouldn't even be indicted in Texas for it.
Why would you ever indict someone for killing a Canadian in Texas?
Well, killing someone who accuses you of being a Canadian. Oh my God.
And
that's not fighting words. I don't know what is.
And as Ted Cruz is a born and bred Texan, and Canadians aren't even people, there wouldn't even be charges. Tamara.
Oh, hey! I got something I want to tell you again. I'll try to keep it fast.
Yeah, what's up?
I know we're trying to get through these. So on Facebook, I was in a Call of Cthulhu. That's a role playing game, very good one that I like to play occasionally. Yeah. And there's a Facebook group for it. Well, H.P. Lovecraft was batshit crazy. He was a racist, as many people were in the 1920s and so forth.
Yeah, it's amazing how many 1920s racists you can find.
Yeah. And this is not anything that people aren't aware of. So anyway, last night I was,
I think his cat was literally named Ninja.
What Ninja Man?
Yeah, Ninja Man.
So and is referred to in one of his better stories, The Rats in the Walls. But anyway, so I go over to their group, and someone has just put this great, oh my God, H.P. Lovecraft was racist, and of course everybody's starting to weigh in, and I was in a bad mood, so I said, who cares? And posted it. I didn't think anything about it. Go back 30 or 45 minutes later, and I've got like 20 some odd likes, which is a lot. So I don't, and as time went on, a bunch of people were going, yeah, who cares? It's a role-playing game group. So I don't know, maybe people are starting to get tired. I don't know.
I have a story that we didn't really have time for, but I'll be talking about it soon. And it's a Vice news article talking about how the Warhammer community, in all of the quotes I can muster, is desperately trying to keep out the growing alt-right element in their game. And the comment section is gold. It's basically like, you mean all of the players...
only imagine.
All of the players of Warhammer are actively trying to keep out the wokesters, right? Because that's what it... And they talk about the Warhammer community being this charitable organization called No More Damsels, which I'm pretty sure no one in No More Damsels has ever even played Warhammer in their entire lives.
No, God, no.
They can all...
Yeah, well, it's that's going to become my new response to anybody that discovers racism or whatever. So what? Who cares? No, I'm sorry, I didn't say so what. I said who cares. That was actually what I posted. But anyway.
That really is that. We can all individually have that answer, but until we collectively have that answer, and when anything older than a day, to anything older than a day, when they go, that was racist, and we go, who cares?
Yeah,
and that's
who cares? Well, and later on in the discussion, ultimately the moderators locked it down because people started getting, upset about it. But what does that have to do with playing a role-playing game?
Well, the guy who I have this great board game. I have this great board game called Cthulhu Death May Die. And the next time I'm in Texas,
I've got that.
Oh, good. I don't have to bring it. We'll play it.
Oh yeah. No. It's. Oh my God. Are you kidding? Just the miniatures alone are worth the cost of buying the thing.
And but the guy who made it went on a tirade about how Lovecraft was a racist and a horrible person. It's like, hey, fuck you, buddy. You made $2 million on his racist ravings.
Yeah. Give all your money back, and then you can,
Yeah. Give all your money back and then neck yourself, idiot.
Well, actually, I made a quote to somebody, and I actually worked the mythos into it. Oddly enough, a far lefty said something about that he's tired of people just screeching racism. I said, whining about racism of a guy that's been dead for 80 some odd years in a role playing game forum is quite literally the least you could possibly do. And so anyone that would pat themselves on the back for that should be fed to a great old one a little bit, very slowly. But what blows my mind is, okay, you're talking about the guy that came up with the Cthulhu mythos, and you're shocked he might have had some issues?
Yeah.
I mean,
literally everywhere he looked, he saw tentacle porn. He saw hentai before it existed. The man was crazy.
He also had some interesting racial tics. He hated Latvians. I mean, absolutely hated them, apparently.
But who doesn't?
Which is understandable. I was going to say, my response exactly. Well, doesn't everybody? But yeah, like I said, I may have made too much of this, but I found it very gratifying that a whole bunch of people just said, yeah, that's right. Who cares?
It's good.
It was, nice to know.
There's hope yet.
Sorry,
okay.
I didn't mean to.
No, that's fine. Tamara Holloway says, can we talk about Harris's assistant busted running secret society personal police in like 2015? No one seems to recall. Google it. I don't know anything about it. I don't care about Kamala Harris, so who knows? I'll look into it. Disney Ga says,
pretty sure it's going to come out.
Hi, unfortunately, I live in California. Here to hear your take on the magazine ban, as I'm currently in the market before November 3rd. Lol. Defense, obviously. Well, the new law or the new ruling just came down, so there will probably be a window where all of the gun stores get a whole shitload of 30-round magazines, and then they will sell out immediately. So make friends with your local gun store.
God, this is high.
Yeah.
This is high cotton for gun manufacturers, isn't it? I mean, seriously, the last 8 years has been just a gold mine, a gold rush for gun manufacturers.
I want the
shriller the left gets, the more.
I want the Remington and Winchester and the Smith & Wesson CEOs all to come out and cover High Cotton by Alabama. They need to do that on YouTube.
Okay. Yeah.
We were walking.
We could do that. But yeah, I get
Cotton, old times there. They need to do that. Angry Baneling says, Ty, ban all Loli, please. Let Shota reign supreme. What do you think about that?
Oh God, I don't know, and I'm not sure I want to know.
You have to answer the question.
Know, do I?
Loli or Shota? I don't have time to explain to you what Shota is, so you got to pick Loli or Shota.
Really?
Yep, you have to. It's the rule of the internet.
I'm going to use logic. I'm going to use logic here. It's almost certain that Shota is worse than Loli, as hard as that is to believe. So I'm going to go with Loli.
Okay, Ty supports Loli.
Right?
You heard it here, Ty.
No.
You heard it here that Ty supports Loli. Lost Bullet says, "What's up, Ty? You're still a boomer with terrible taste in movies. Bring it."
Yeah.
Crunchy Nylon sent a pair that says,
"I have made peace with myself."
Gelt Walker says, "Reminder to Ty: take Brianna to see a kangaroo." Has she never seen a kangaroo?
Noted.
Will you guys?
I've never seen it. Yeah, she has.
Will you?
Well, yeah, she's seen it.
Will you weird Texans just come to the Minnesota Zoo? They have like a fantastic kangaroo exhibit. We'll get you guys behind the scenes where you can go pet them and stuff. Kangaroos and what the hell are the other things called that are like kangaroos but they're not wallabies or whatever? Anyway.
Yeah.
I can't remember what they are. They're stupid. Anyway, they're great. Crunchy Nylon sent a bunch of moon runes that I don't understand. He says, "Hello, are you from Judge Judy?" Yes, I am. Andrew Moore Snowboard says, "Stipe is winning tonight." Did he end up winning tonight? Zweehow says, "There's also an ammo background check that is going to the Ninth Circuit. 34% false positives to deny purchase. AG said it was an acceptable error rate. That attorney general should be burned at the stake." Andrew Collins, welcome.
Well, Attorney General may also have sabotaged the state's case in front of the court, too.
Andrew Collins
God
says,
love lefties. They can't keep their mouth shut.
can't do it. Can't do it. Well, that's like, it's like picking Kamala Harris, right? Like, all you had to do first was not pick Joe Biden, a senile old racist.
Right. Couldn't do that.
Second, if you just pick just anybody other than Kamala Harris, you have a better chance. You could pick a homeless guy and have a better chance than Kamala Harris.
She's just she's a supremely unpleasant person, and she's got a voice that really is like fingernails on a chalkboard. And yeah. I'm sorry, she's got that. She just looks mean, and I don't think.
I love how you say she looks mean. I'll say it better. She's ugly, and she looks like an anus that Ralph would stick his finger in. Okay, next we've got Andrew Collins. Thank you. Welcome to lawyer status. Tony Neve says, do you think it's possible for the rural North California to try and sue the lower half of the state over the ongoing water and theft diversion under some convoluted civil asset forfeiture argument? No, but I think there's a much better argument that the northern half of California can secede or annex itself from the southern half.
Yeah.
That'd be the better one. Moist John says most NATO style 308s are 20 rounds as well. G3 True. PTR and FAL/SA58. That's a lot of gun talk. Look, guns go boom. That's what I know. Funk Malfunction says, so my collection is large, and well, I simply gave them every possible magazine I would ever need for the remainder of my lifetime. Problem solved right there. Okay. Tengen Ken says, Californian here. Glad about the mag limit lift. Got my first gun right before COVID. A Smith & Wesson 686 plus 357. Opting for a higher caliber / reliability, knowing I couldn't get the real 9mm experience. Bummer. Philip Yee says, Ty, what's your take on the
357 Magnum is a man's gun. Sorry.
Magnums are beautiful. Ty, what's your take on the DOJ going after Yale? Did you see that story?
Oh, briefly. They're saying that they're discriminating against male students, aren't they? Is that the one?
Not just male, white and Asian male students. The DOJ found that Yale violated race-based discrimination laws by turning away male, Asian, and white students.
The entire Ivy League is doing that.
Yep.
You can't check off all of your minority boxes and still give a bunch of spoiled white kids their affirmative action benefit, which is what the Ivy League exists for now, without squeezing somebody out, and Asians are getting squeezed out.
And white kids. The problem is, in their hustle to make some sort of racial parity, they go towards granting admission to something like 30%, 40% to black students, and then 20 to 30% Latino students. And that means that demographically they're well below the national demographic breakdown, which means they must be logically favoring particular races to the detriment of other races. And look, you can in a vacuum, racial equity, or because it's not equality, right? This is a difference between equity and equality, is to say, well, equity says I need to make up for past injustice, therefore
I'm trying to remedy something in the past. Yeah.
Right. So equity says this, but and you may look at it from a high level and say, equity, we want to make up for the bad time. But if your kid is the white kid who doesn't get to go to Yale and therefore doesn't get to walk out of his education with several offers at $150,000 a year plus, you're pissed off. Because you could run all you could be the most woke liberal leftist on earth, but your little Antifa-ling doesn't get to go to Yale and has to settle for a state school. Suddenly that'll make you real mad.
Well, yeah, it's a zero-sum game.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a discrete number of seats available, and we're letting complete imbeciles decide how to allocate them. So
it's great.
there you go.
They should have to suffer all of their consequences. Funk Malfunction
Absolutely.
says 3140 caliber Glock criminals will follow these laws. Okay. He also says, fill your pockets with revolvers, fire until they're empty, and throw it away. Grab another. That's the Boondock Saints method. Anonymous Anglo says, will the mag ban ever be lifted nationwide in New Jersey? Someone has to bring the challenge in New Jersey and then cite to the 9th Amendment as informative, not authoritative. Or persuasive, I should say. Angry Baneling, welcome to lawyer status. No one important says, just another reminder that the Panty and Stocking 3 main characters are voiced by Sabbath, Monica, and Marky. You should all vomit after that. He also says, type 1 if you stand for Uzaki-chan. Oh, God. Revwell Arvita says Uzaki-chan. God damn it. Funk Malfunction says, I love my Glock 27 baby Glock. Pops left it to me. Funny, I've got a 25 automatic. Thoughts are that it was from Brescia, Italy. Beautiful. 25 automatic. There you go. Sounds like everybody in chat is for Uzaki-chan, which makes me want to die. I don't know what that is. I don't even know what it means, and I know it's terrible. Dovin Death says...
Almost. Yeah, it almost... Is that what do the ones mean? I see all these
It means
ones.
they stand with Uzaki-chan. Uzaki-chan is presumably somehow related to Loli, and I don't know. I don't know what it is. Dovin Death says...
Yeah, it's not necessary that...
Dovin Death says, meeting Shadman equals, brother, get the flamer. The heavy flamer. Bro Tato says, when do we start talking about thought crime? Shadman 2 doesn't draw any pictures. He only imagines your children in his head and shares it telepathically to his customers. Also kill that guy. MI05 says, just imagine if killing was legal based on some actions. How someone like Ron Toye might take advantage of that and making things up to justify it. Make no mistake, if killing was legal based on some actions, Ron Toye would have been killed a long time ago.
Yeah, that problem would have been resolved. Yeah.
Look, all of the manlet cucks out there would have been killed years ago by the bulls. Funk Malfunction says, Nick, you getting these? I am. Angry Baneling says, please describe fried pie so I can describe to EVS. I already did that. Tamara Holloway says, would the police ask a suspect accused of child abuse for DNA again if no DNA and evidence of trauma found on a rape kit? If it was negative for DNA, why? Just because the rape kit doesn't have DNA evidence doesn't mean that they don't find other DNA evidence. They could find that in any number of places. They could even find it years later if they re-examine a garment of clothing and find some sort of stain, they might find DNA evidence that way. I mean, that gets really specific. So I don't know the context you're looking for there, but that's going to be a fact-intensive question. Nala's 31337 says, Rekieta, you should do a stream with Uncivil Law. Yes, it's on the tentative schedule. I need to contact him. He has contacted me. It's entirely on me, and I've owned up to that several times, and he is on my list of people to talk to. I just haven't reached back out to him yet. I will. Bob the Troll King says, clarification, when a person says that to justify ruin... Oh, wait, we read that one. Angry Baneling says, sniff, sniff, smell that. Smells like I don't want to live on this planet anymore. I'm strapping myself to Trebuchet Guevara and ejecting. Trebuchet Guevara is funny.
That's pretty...
Clay Early says,
That's
Nick,
good.
I need a favor. Can you tell my dad why Crenshaw is a gun-grabbing Republican? He went boomer defending him, and I don't feel like doing legwork. Look, just because you like someone doesn't mean you have to defend every position that they have, and you shouldn't.
No, absolutely not.
Because good people that you like can make very bad decisions. In fact, a lot of good people like Trump and think that some of the things he does is really stupid, and that's okay. It also doesn't mean that you have to disavow them entirely. And you have to realize that in our political system, there are compromises. Otherwise, everyone you want to elect on Earth ends up being the naked libertarian candidate. And if that's the case, none of us ever achieve anything in our lives.
True that.
Michael Tynan says, can't get knee pads, Harris, out of my head. Lol. That's good, Ty. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Tamara Holloway says, how can Denny's violate rights but not Twitter? Look, Denny's violates rights every time they cook a Grand Slam.
By their very existence.
He also says, Denny's can't deny black me, but with a MAGA hat? I don't know what that means. So they can't deny you for being black, but they can deny you for wearing a MAGA hat? Well, I think it's because you chose to be black.
Yeah, there you go.
The MAGA hat you were born with.
Well, there's no specific law prohibiting discrimination on the basis of hats.
Yeah.
So...
Bad Vibe says, state education sucks. If a student is punished in school for doing a report on the Jackass and Henny, isn't that infringement of speech? 1984 action? It can be. It really depends on the school, but you have a presumptive right to free speech in schools. However, that right is tempered by the authoritarian nature of schools, which is akin to prisons. This is from an actual Supreme Court decision that says this. And the needs of the education of multiple other people are subservient to the rights of the individual in school, which is an atrocity and should be thrown out immediately. And the judge who said it, if he were not already dead, should be thrown into Rosie O'Donnell's gunt. Bad Vibe says, slap buggy, no slug bug, and now has evolved into PT Bruiser. That's nice. Nales31337 says, Rekieta Law, thoughts about a video with uncivil law? I just mentioned that. Ambipass Studio Production P says, I sent you a donation on Streamlabs. Also, I have a new novel that's out. Took it out. Let me know what you think. Okay, I'll check your Streamlabs.
Congratulations.
In just a second. Anyone who writes a novel deserves a lot of congratulations because it is a shitty process. Yeah. Jack Riley says, what's the legality of making a pornographic comic based on someone's own drawn representation of themselves? It's all of that stuff is going to be very fact and location specific.
Sorry, guys.
We're not going to get into it because I'm dying and so is Ty. Skagi Onsai says, Uzagi-chan is an anime character who is 19, short, big boobed, and is reviled by any and all SJWs. So bad that even JP and Twitter makes fun of them. Look, if she's actually 19 and not 19 as a meme, then good. I stand with Uzaki-chan too. Also, I stand with all short women with big boobs. Finally, two more. Ambipass Studio Production.
It's good to stand for something.
Exactly. And if you're going to stand for something, it should be something important and short. It says, hey, Nick, I got a new novel and I'm making an audiobook of it as well as a manga series. I have an animation trailer on my YouTube channel. Feel free to check it out whenever you like. Love to hear your opinion on it. Thank you, Ambipass Studio Production P. I will do that. And Dread Clown, last one, says, Shadman has said that he draws to offend, which is why he draws the most shocking thing. He moved away from Loli since people came to expect it. And that's a good thing. And Reese1 says, Nick, have you shown Ty the video you showed Drex land whale jump? No, I need to send it to him. I do. But tonight it is 4 a.m. my time. It's 3 a.m. Ty's time. I got to let this man go to bed.
Yeah, that's right. You're on the East Coast now.
Yeah.
Sure. Did we clear the super chats?
It's all cleared. Thank you for staying on, my friend. Let's say goodbye to everybody. So
goodbye, everybody. And Nick, as always, it's a hoot.
Yeah,
I thoroughly enjoyed it. Y'all have a good. It was
fun. I tried not to get you into too much trouble this time.
Well, you got me in so much trouble last time that we're still kind of burning that off. So just keep that going for a while.
I'll just count it as a mortgage. A mortgage.
Yeah, there you go.
A mortgage against the trust account that you have sole control over, and I have, and nobody else has any say in.
Right.
And eventually,
so if I did have control of that, I wouldn't have straightened you out by now.
Exactly.
That's the big flaw in their reasoning.
Exactly.
Anyway.
All right,
guys.
As
always, I enjoyed it. Hey, you have a good trip. Drive carefully back too.
Yeah, hang out for just 1 second. We'll say goodbye to the stream, and then I'll say goodbye in private. So, all right, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good night. Peace. Peace.